All right, what do we have today? Oh man, I wanted to stream earlier in the day, but just completely missed it. I just I ran into sleep deprivation, so I just had to catch up. So 3 a.m. Let's do it. Gotta do it every day, right? That's the plan. So we jumped into functional programming yesterday. Like it was late, my brain was hurting. It was just getting a bit. I think I got the gist of it, but I just need to do it a few times to wrap my head around it. So, yeah, let's do a quick recap. Hey, what's up, Bert? How's it going? Oh man, it added right at the top today. How you doing, man? I wanted to stream at like 6 p.m., but I got called into doing something else because I work on other side projects too. Oh yes, I actually landed. Yeah, I didn't go to bed until like 7 a.m. Wake up at 2, and then 2 to 8 I was doing something else, and then I was like, I'm gonna take a quick nap, and then I'll come back and I'll code. And then, yeah, 10 o'clock nap. Wake up at 3 a.m. basically. So I'm up now. I'm gonna continue. That's what I'm gonna do. How was your Saturday? Ah, no, we can't skip, man. Can't skip. Like, yeah. I was afraid. I was in bed. I was like, I'm so tired. Should I do it? Should I not? I was like, nope. Gotta truck on. But yeah. What'd you get up to? Man, yesterday was a crazy thing, huh? Like towards the end, like functional programming was like, I don't know if you've seen that meme, learning from a fire hose. I slept for a couple hours and met with some friends, and then for the 10 took a good nap. Nice, nice. Uh, um, yeah, it's like that. You meant to like. I felt like this was me yesterday. I mean, you on the stream. I know you were teaching me afterwards too. Um, but like, I thought I'd take a little sip of functional programming, and then free code come just go right up in my face. I was definitely a bit overwhelmed yesterday. Um, so yeah, let's see how today goes. Mine equals blown. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you think we can get through all of these and then go to sleep, come back, and then do this later on today? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. I don't think I took any notes. Yeah, I don't know what that is yet. I don't think I've got. Oh, look at that. Map is the next thing. Terminology, callbacks, functions. I'm gonna open all of these and just quickly do a review. I need to add your notes here too. Your notes are really good. Anonymous functions. Wait, wait. What's the shortcut to toggle all of them up? I don't know. Toggle all off Notion shortcut. There we go. Create a toggle. Oh, there you go. Command Alt T. Yeah, I got too many toggles there. Command Alt T. There we go. This isn't behind a toggle. Let's put this in the toggle too. Don't worry about the emoji shenanigans. Okay. What's all this? Some more notes. Okay. Well, where's my functional programming gone? Oh, I'll put it inside here. Okay. That's not good. All right, let's do that. All right. Wait, have you had regular expressions before? Yes. They taught me quite early on. That was another like crazy stuff. Yeah, we did a few of those. I don't remember them off by heart, but I was just like, if I come to it again, I'm just gonna review and see syntax. I think you shared this thing with me. Reject. Let's see. Let's look at my history. Right. Rejects. Rejects101.com. We were using this to like figure out what it was doing. All right. Okay. Yes. Yes. 100%. All right. 20 minutes. Okay. That's a. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. 20 minutes. What else did we say yesterday? Man. Mm-mm-mm. It was a dummy's guide, wasn't it? There you go. Don't spend more than 20 minutes. It's sufficient to look up and reverse engineer and get the concept. Get the concept being important. Looking to look into and use the built-in helper functions / push map and then Google stuff. All right, we'll keep that handy. Okay. Yeah. I didn't even take any notes yesterday. What is FP or something? We just put that in there. This year took 2 hours yesterday, right? Right. This is when the immutability and mutable stuff comes in, etc. And then I'm here where I'm gonna add your notes because they're much better. But how do I? I'll just code. For updates. Is the music just gonna loop? I think it's gonna loop. That's not good. Oh hey, I need to log in. Alright. So have you put any more thought into starting your own stream and start like teaching people? Alright. JavaScript. Okay. Let's copy this. Oh, mutable. What the hell? What is that? That's not mutability. Apparently, I cannot spell. Alright, code. Okay. So we got a function that's +1 that takes an element and it does +1. And then you got a square function which is squares times it by itself. A weak loop takes in an array. We create a const result because we don't want to mess up the original array. It does a for loop. It goes through the passed in array, and then the result at the ith element is going to be basically the same as this +1. I'm working on a project for now. Planning using social media after I have some more on a bed. Not sure about Twitch yet, but YouTube is definitely on top of the list together with Instagram. Amazing. Amazing. Um cool. Yeah, YouTube would be good. Like with your tutorials and stuff. Yeah, 100%. Maybe by that time I'll have like, I don't know, 100, 200 people on the stream and I can just be like, hey guys, check out Bert. He helped me out a lot. Let's go support him. So we can help each other grow. Okay. Okay, we call this a weak loop. We called it a weak loop because why did they call it a weak loop? Let's see. Takes it in an array. In the meantime, I'll find more people to watch you. I see we have a scheme here. Yep, let's do it. Okay, hard-coded loop takes an array. Result equals +1 array. Okay. It's because we're referencing. I think it's because we're referencing the. Okay, +1 array and then return result. And this one was array transform. Let's run this code. All right, so that's just console log. This one here, 246 246 246 is 192549. All right. Hey, what's up, Babs? Give me the bad news. How is the intermittent section, bro? I haven't even got there. Like, I was planning to get here at 6 p.m. like our time, UK. I didn't go to sleep until 7 a.m. yesterday, and I do like other stuff too. So I had to wake up at 2, and then 2 to 10. Um, I was doing this project. Okay, I tried to run like a marketing agency before, and we did like videos and stuff. I was helping people do like landing pages using like WordPress and stuff like that. So there's a video project that came out, and I was just editing this video, and this is like the second time I edited a video for them. And then yeah, I just spent the whole time learning that, and that just took all my afternoon. I was like, I'm gonna have dinner, take a quick nap, and then come back. So I was planning to nap from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. and then come on, and then yeah, went to bed at 10, woke up at half 2. So I'm here now. You know how to use WordPress? I mean, just the themes, right? It's just the themes, and I think it was Elementor I used, and then there was something else. But I'm not coding or anything. It's just drag and drop. That's what I was doing. I tried Divi before that too. That was okay. I don't know if you know Divi. Is it Divi? Divi. Divi Builder. Hey, what's up? Lord NABJW. What's going on, man? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, it was something called Divi Builder. Divi Builder. Oh, it's Divi. There you go. Yeah, I was using this to build WordPress stuff. Again, it's like if you know how to use, I don't know, Microsoft Word, it's just that you just drag and drop. There isn't anything technical about it. That's how I got started. Like I was freelancing, building some websites. I built the first thing I did was build a restaurant website for my friend, using using WordPress. Um, Start the function section. Oh man, you weren't here. The this section here, man. I spent 2 hours yesterday, and yeah, I was stuck. So today I'm reviewing notes. Although, um, but I feel like if you don't mind, we have to get on another intervention. And could you re-explain this for me? I completely forgot why it's bad and why this is weak, why this is hard coded. It was something to do with the fact that we are calling it directly, and we don't want to do that. And now I just can't. I don't even see why this transform array is working. You're right. Okay, awesome. Thank you, man. All right, let me open this code. I should have taken notes yesterday. Yesterday all makes sense, and now it's just all gone over my head. All right. Hey,
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the stream because otherwise I hear myself.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
So yeah, what is your question, or should I walk you through the whole code?
Yes, please. Yeah, because I know that they're weak because, well, we don't want to reference things. We don't want to delete the first stuff. I mean, like the original
Mhm.
thing, we don't want to change the original stuff. So that's why you create a different variable and you change that. So then you return you're returning a copy as opposed to the original one. So the original one stays intact. Um, and then the other one,
Uh,
oh, is that completely wrong?
I think that's for the other exercise. For this exercise, the reason is that in in the weak loop we add a one to each element.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in hard-coded loop, we also add one to each element. And in super loop, we can also add one to each element. So in terms of functionality, they could be equivalent. However, super loop is more flexible because I could also supply a different function as a second argument, and I can completely change the behavior from adding one to squaring each number.
Oh,
Whereas
yes.
with the other functions, I cannot do that. With the other functions, I have to rewrite the whole function again, like saying hard-coded loop underscore square, and then copy the code from hard-coded loop into hard-coded loop square. And the only difference I have to do is the only thing different I have to do is in result I is equal to plus one array I have to write result I is equal to square
Okay.
array I. Yeah, and it seems kind of like an overkill to copy a function twice, only so you can change not even half a line of code.
Right, 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 right. So,
Yeah, and the way to make it flexible enough so you don't have to do that is by passing the transformation function as an additional argument. So the transform argument in the super loop.
yes. Okay, yep. Transformation, I get it now. Um, okay. So array transform, creating a variable, looping through I equals transform array I, and then the transform would be the plus one is transform is a function we've already called up top. So then it,
Exactly.
oh man, yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's why I was like,
Yes.
okay,
I told you, when you struggle with a difficult concept, it's important to force yourself to to go out of your comfort zone, but it's not gonna make sense immediately, most likely. But
right,
then when you sleep on it, and the next day when you review, which is really cool that you started this session with reviewing. I don't know if you do that in the other days because I joined later usually. That's really cool because then you see the concept again with a fresh mind, and it's like, oh, oh, it makes sense.
yes, okay, that makes yeah. I was thinking like, how is that doing? What is it doing? Okay, so basically, then yeah, you can write one function, and then instead of repeating this, if I had more functions here, like I don't know, plus, minus, division, whatever, so I could
Yes,
have an
yes, yes.
array. So the super loop can do like multiple different. Damn. Okay, that makes it so much.
Yeah. So now you have like a super flexible super loop function. which is so flexible that you can avoid like writing loops for now, like for a long time.
Right. Um. Okay.
And that's actually going to be really relevant because map and filter and for each and reduce, they kind of build up on this concept. So
Okay.
if you understand this concept, it's going to make your life easier in the following exercises.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Um. Okay. So, whoa, where'd it go? All right. What?
However, that's not in the mutability. That's in the term that JavaScript uses is called callback.
Callbacks. Okay. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
so passing a function as an argument within that function. So where I've written transform, the transform argument, we call it a callback. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, passing a function as an argument, that's what we call callback.
Awesome. Transform argument is a callback. Is a callback
Yeah,
function.
yeah. And you can think of it this way. So usually when you write a function name, that's when you call it, right? So let's say
Yes.
super loop, you
Yeah.
write the function name and you immediately call it. Square though, and plus one, you pass it in the super loop, but you don't immediately call it.
Right.
You pass it for the super loop, and then it does some computation, and then on result I is equal to transform array I, that's when it's calling back the function you provided. So it's like you
Right.
call someone, he doesn't answer, but then after 2 hours, his brain he calls you back.
Oh man. Okay. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Like.
Yeah, I don't know if that was their motivation in naming it callback, but that's how I explain it to myself.
Right. They're actually calling you back. I see what you said. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's like a phone thing. They're literally calling you back. Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I should make a note of that. Like, like Fitzy, Fitzy calls Bert. Um, Bert is, I don't know, busy on his side project, and I'm gonna say ignores my call, and then 2 hours later he calls me back. Right. That's a yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh, nice. Can I?
And oftentimes they usually pass only one function as an argument, not because it's mandatory, it's just that that's often the case. And they actually name the argument callback one word.
Oh wow, yeah, yeah. So that would make it because then you could use it again and again because the callback is only within the this function scope. So I could call every single callback function. This thing could be called callback.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing, man. You're a genius. You're so like yesterday I got this concept, but it was like what? I kind of get it, but today, okay, it's I get it more. Okay,
Yeah.
amazing,
Yeah.
amazing.
Then you're gonna struggle again, and tomorrow it's gonna be like,
Right.
I get it even more.
Oh, cannot wait. All right. Second piece of code. This was the mutability thing where we
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
don't want to change the original array, which is this one, changes it. So we want to create a new variable and play with that and return the new variable. Right, that's what that is, right?
yeah. So
Perfect.
that's the thing about creating a new array and not modifying the existing one in place.
Right, create a new. Okay, so I was just thinking, what's the use case? Because if you're just copying stuff, isn't that going to take up so much like database? Because you're just copying stuff all the time.
Yeah, so the thing is that usually when you apply many of these functions, usually you don't need some of the original ones. And then if you stop using them, JavaScript will know and it will release memory. So it may be a little bit more inefficient in terms of memory at first,
Yeah,
but in terms of writing code that is more predictable and easier to manage, it helps a lot.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, and if you're really worried about memory, you're probably not going to be using JavaScript in the first place.
Okay,
So
it's that bad. All right, cool,
yeah,
awesome. I think those were the two main constants for yesterday, and
yeah,
makes more sense. I know I struggled for 2 hours just understanding
Yeah,
this one yesterday. So, all right, awesome. Thanks, Manny. I appreciate the help
yeah.
again.
Yeah, so about the mutability and immutability, it also has another thing that is also implied by an immutable function.
Okay.
In this case, we have an array and an immutable, but yesterday you also had an exercise where you had the global variable, right?
This one? Uh,
It's one of the previous exercises where you had to do num plus one,
oh,
and you had to stop fixed value, that one. Yes, exactly, that one. So
incremented.
fixed value.
Right.
Yeah. So an immutable function is not supposed to be editing stuff other than the insights, and it's not supposed to be using anything other than the insights and the arguments that you're passing. Yeah. Otherwise, it's weird. Otherwise, okay, so it's not about use, but about modification. Otherwise, it's weird because let's say you have incrementer and you go incrementer and suddenly it modifies stuff outside of the incrementer. Like, how are you supposed to predict that? In
Right.
this case, it's two lines one below each other. But as I said yesterday, what if you have like 500 lines of code in a document, and in line 300 is the incrementer function defined? The fixed value on line 7.
Yeah.
And if you call out the incrementer on line 400, you're going to have really weird effects. And now, how are you going to debug that?
Right.
Well, not easily. So this external modification, we call it side effects. Side effects are usually undesirable. What we want is, when we call a function, the way we want it to behave is that it only works on the arguments that we pass into that function and some stuff that we define within the function, like local scope. We don't want it to work with other stuff usually.
Right. So it'd just be return num plus one, for example, and then this four I would pass in as a num in this function.
Exactly, exactly. And then whenever you go incrementer, you know that, okay, I just need to look up the definition of incrementer. I don't need to jump from line 500 to line 2 to
Right.
line
Right.
7 to line 105 and etc.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah, okay. So that's it. If you have more questions, I think I'll be here for a while.
Okay. Thanks, Ben. Again, thanks for jumping
See
on.
ya.
See you in the chat. All right. CEO Abs. I don't know if you're still here, but I hope you find that helpful. Like, it's super helpful for me. Just learning. All right. Let's do this. Let's get the music back up. Yeah, I do. I just did the exercises. Nice, nice. Maybe you're a faster learner than me, man. I struggle. Took me a while to like. Well, I still don't fully get it, but I get it more today, and hopefully I get it more tomorrow. I'll probably forget tomorrow. I need to make some notes. Yeah. These notes are available. You should be able to access all of these, man. Like my entire notes, if you want. You can look up the code, or the code is also in the it's in the JavaScript room, I guess, in Discord. If you want to copy those, I think you're already in Discord. Yeah, just here. All right. Okay. Just get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right. Oh yeah. It's also in the Twitch description. Nice. 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 This one is done. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! It's failing test now. What's going on? It was fixed yesterday. Review the code to the global book list is not changed inside either function. All right. What's going on here? Wait, our code from yesterday got removed? Code has been reset. Ah, amazing. All right. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out again. So we got global variable. We don't want to change that. And we need to add a new. So we're going to create a new variable. So I think const is good. It's const new. Yeah. Okay. Book name. So, for example, yeah, I don't want to be calling that something that's outside it in here. Oh, okay. It does take the book list as a as a argument, so that's all right. Oh man, I cannot type today. Book list, book name. Okay, so we got a new book list. So new. So we need to push in the. Oh yeah, we need a for loop here. For. I remember doing this. So we had to copy it down underneath as well. Let I equals that. I is less than book list dot length, and then increment. I don't think you update your notes. I only see content up to CSS. Oh really? You don't see any of these? Um, it's set to show to the public. So you should be able to. Let me see. Let me open that in Cog. So this is what you should be seeing on your end. Yeah, we got these here. Do you not see those? So JavaScript. Yeah, it's here. And the callback immutability from today is all in here. Just like okay. Maybe I just need to yeah, I need to make this like design this better too, because right now it's just all of these needs to I need a place to put all of these, and I don't know why I've got no section there. Yeah, that's maybe that's something for Sunday pizza day tomorrow. I don't know. But cool. You can find those. All right. So we're gonna loop through that, and then we're gonna push the. What are we gonna push? We're gonna push. Boo. Book. Book list. Right. So this should loop through each of the items in the book list thing we pass in. And it copies it over, pushes it to the new thing, and we need to add the book name. Oh wait, I don't have this thing here. Okay, and then we need to add the book name to it as well. Maybe just same thing again. New book list dot push, and then return the book list. New book list is not defined. Oh, because I'm going outside of the function scope. All right. Can I just have it in a different line? No, actually, it should be. All right, let's try this. Try this out. I don't have a closing thing. Okay. Add. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This is not defined. Oh yeah. That needs to be. Yeah, this was another thing I was messing up yesterday. It needs to be outside of the for loop for sure. Maybe even doesn't like it there though. I can't do it here because now it's outside of the. Well, I mean, it's still within the function, right? Not equals to. Not equals to L. Oh, it's a capital. Right. Okay. Yeah, okay. I see my mistake. All right, so if I don't refresh that, let's go here. It's not in this window. Nope. That should now work then, right? Add. One, two, three, 4, 5. Okay, so it's not adding 5 to it. It's returning. Oh, I need to return the new book list. Not that one. There we go. All right, awesome. It's bigger. Okay, part 1 done. So addition is done. Removal. Same thing again. Yeah, I remember it being the same thing. Because we. Oh. Great, you're improving your debugging skills. Yes. Spelling mistakes always get to me though. Alright. That's another thing. Man, maybe I should have like. I know they went through it. So every time I'm stuck on a problem, just go through like a checklist. Okay, it's checks. Number 1, check spelling. Number 2, check for brackets. And then are you returning the correct. I don't even know what this is called. You returning the correct variable. Yeah, maybe that's what I need. I guess like at the initial state at least, so then I know I'll go through it, and then afterwards it's can become muscle memory or mind memory, so to speak. Yeah, that's what I need. Debugging checklist. Let's bring it to the top. Does the screen look lag to you, or is it just on my end? I know you said it was in the same thing, but it's fine. Check for spelling mistakes. Um, Are you returning the correct variable? Yeah. Okay, so addition is done now. We need to remove that. I know from yesterday we did the addition first. This also needs book name. Remove textbook book list and that, yeah. Book name. Remove. It's not a linear thing that happens up, so it's that x is not defined, that can be away. If you use the exact same variable you can do obviously, so it's likely a typo. Right, okay. So you come up with your own internal functions, like, hey, it's returning this. It's right, okay. Just practice. So then you see life start seeing patterns. Maybe. Remove, okay, book list, book name, we're gonna create. Okay, we got a copy. So now mm, mm, for book index, book list index of book name. If book index is greater than or equal to 0, yes, layers of bunches build the patterns. All you have to worry about is the experience. Awesome. What was this code doing? So it's looking for a index of the book name, but it's looking for it in the book list. Should be looking at the new book list, because we're going to be deleting from that one. But it doesn't. No, it has it because we're copying it. If book index is greater than or equal to 0, meaning what? So that add dot index of to indent. Wait. Is not a function. Oh, what did I do? Add. I meant to do new book list. It's not defined. Oh yeah, of course it's because it's not a global thing, so I can't do it there. But okay. Try dot index on pass a non-existent element. Non-existent would give a -1. I remember that. Okay, let's see. String. Hey, look at that. String equals that. String dot index of. Yeah, so non-existent would give a -1. Okay. So it's gonna give the position, and it's saying. So once you find the position, we then wanna remove it from there. It's using splice. Yeah, start a book index. That might just work, new book list, book index, return. Because I think splice does say string dot splice start and delete. So if I wanted to delete, say 3 from there, 0, 1, 2, 1, then string would be 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, so book index would be this thing. Why would it be greater than or equal to 0 though? Oh, it's basically saying if it exists, then take that book index and then remove that thing, and then Yeah, I think that should work. No. Oh yeah. You don't want to call a splice with a -1. Okay, what happens? So if I did string to splice, I know the thing has changed now. We just mutated the the thing, so now it's 1 2 4 5 0 1 2 3. Let's say 4 because it doesn't exist. I'm trying to delete that. What does that do? Nothing. Well, it doesn't change anything because that thing doesn't exist. So I still don't want to call it, even though it has no effect. So if someone types in book name, like a wrong book name, it's not going to be deleted. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Oh, maybe you should give an error, right? Which probably going to code it like if it's right. If it's okay, if it's not equal to, because then the user would know. If it's not equal to -1, then do that, and then else return like, hey, book doesn't exist or something. No, you don't want to call splice -1 1. It deletes the last element. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Because in this case, they would actually enter the book name. You're saying, let's see. So 1 2 4 5. If I go string the splice -1 1. Hmm. Okay. -1 is the last position. How does that make sense? Like 0 is here and then it loops back. That's interesting. Oh, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, hey, it does. It still removes the last one. Negative anything just removes the last one, looks like. Oh, no, wait, it does? Okay, let's say string equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the string dot splice. So like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I guess I'd have to do 5 for that. Because -1 was the last one. Hey. So 5 removes 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. Look at that. It's very interesting. So that's why I want to make sure that I do is not equal to -1. Although, yeah, okay. Okay, that's just good practice. But in this, so when I call this remove function, it's going to take the book name, which obviously is not going to be, it's not going to be -1. Wow, never knew that. Welcome to my world, man. Like every time Bird drops some knowledge, I'm like, brain blown. All right, cool, very cool. Hey, look at that. Did this in less than 20 minutes. Oh, wait, there's an error. What's the error? Line 32. What is that? Okay, so you're closing for that one. Why is there an else? There we go. There we go. 25 minutes. Okay, this is a new one. So that means we need a timer. You just found it yourself? Oh wow. Okay. Even the pros are learning, man. I have to go grab an awake on my day off. Alright, sounds good, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope your learning goes well. Enjoy the rest of the night. Have a good night. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. What was I meant to do? Try to catch a stream. All right. Tomorrow I'm gonna try and come at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Let's see. Depends what time I go to sleep today. I'm just getting in the mood now, man. Like yesterday I was dead. Today, like I know it's early on in the stream, but things are going well. So see ya. See you later, man. All right. Here's what we need. We need what do we need? We need a timer. All right, we're gonna count down, and we are going to 20 minutes, right? That's the thing. All right, there we go. DB Apple, what's going on? Zombie Brain, what's up? Okay, 20 minutes to let's see if we can figure this out. Hey, look at that. The map thing has been introduced now. Use the map method to extract data from an array. So far, we've learned to use pure functions to avoid any side effects. Also, we've seen the value in having a function only depend on its input. Yeah. This is only the beginning. As the name suggests, functional programming is centered around the theory of functions. It would make sense to be able to pass them as arguments to other functions, callbacks, and return a function from another function. Functions are considered first-class objects, which means they can be used like any other objects. They can be saved. Okay, that's good to know. Let's add that to our notes. Maybe just like a note section here. By the way, Superloop is actually a map. If you wonder, Superloop is a map. Huh. Okay. Let's see what they say. Let's start with super simple arrays, which are methods on the array object prototype. In this exercise, we're looking at array.prototype.map or simply map. Okay, so you don't actually need to type in prototype. Instead of calling superloop array callback, with the map you use array.map callback. Okay. Oh, really? Array.map callback. But how does it know the map is referring to superloop? Oh, wait. I'm going to do array underscore loop dot map callback, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, let's see. The map method iterates over each item of an array, returns a new array containing the results of calling the callback function on each element. It does this without mutating the original array. Oh man, it does the hard job for us. When the callback is used, so I don't even need to create a variable, new const, for loop. It just does everything. The magic does the magic. Okay. When the callback is used, it passes with 3 arguments. First one is the current element being processed. The second is the index of that element, and the third is the array. Third is the array. Right. So you got an object const names equals users.map. So map the users object users.name, and so you're basically returning that. Yeah, man, arrow functions are still give me still not very clear what those exactly mean. Arrow functions. Okay. All right, so the watch list array holds a lot of data. Variable watch list is okay, so it's different movies. Okay, yeah. So Batman Begins, Avatar. Man, when's the new Avatar coming out? I don't even know. I know they were trying to do. Cameron's working on like 3 of them at the same time or something crazy like that. No, stop. Avatar, okay. So we have this. Use map on watch list to assign a new array of objects with only title and rating keys to the ratings to the ratings variable. The code in the editor currently uses a for loop to do this. Okay, it already does it. I just need to use map instead of using that. Okay. So got variable ratings for var equals loop through each of them, and then push into this array title the ith item of the watch list. Watch list at i.title and then rating. Watch okay. Okay. Man, I don't even saw that. I put the drink underneath my chin. Oh wow. This is the fun of streaming, man. I'm gonna see all my fails on screen and real life. Oh wow. Okay. We'll keep this as notes here. Whoa, what happened? Did I type in have? So how does it done? So actually, I think I can just replace that too. So cons, ratings equals watch list, right? Global variable watch list dot map. What are we mapping? We're mapping 2 things, right? We're mapping title and rating. What's the rating? Oh, run ratings. Oh, no. I can't do a command F on this browser. Oh, rating. Oh, it's IMDb rating. Okay. What is this map? I think what I do is title. I have no idea. Watch list dot title. Or maybe even that, so it knows. I don't like the fact that it's got a big, different color. Can I do this? Title and ratings. I'm just gonna try out IMDb. Console log rating. Great. Undefined. Perfect. So why is it undefined? Watch list title. So how do you access watch list 0? Maybe 0. Do I manually go? Oh. Okay, so that code is going push title. Yeah, I is not defined though. Pretty sure it takes care of I for us. If you feel uncomfortable with the arrow functions, a define function, transform, movie, return, whatever you want. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'm getting confused. Okay, arrow function. What was arrow function? Okay, so map basically iterates over each item array, returns a new array, contain the results of the callback. Does so without 3 arguments. First is the current element, second is the index, and third is the thing. Something like that. Title. Return watchlist iMovie there. I don't know if I have to write 2 different functions. Let's see if this works first. Function. Cannot spell. Function. Rating? Wait, movie. Watchlist is not movie. Movie. It already takes care of the iteration for us, right? So it knows. So what's I gonna be? I is gonna be movie then. Movie is each of the thing it goes through. I think so. I don't know. We'll find out. Watch list. Movie. Ratings. No, sorry. Return. Although I think I feel like I have to consult the law. I don't need that. Let's go on Discord. It should do one line callback. The return is not a string, the return value is an object. Yeah, I'm getting tripped up here. Okay. How long do we have though? We got 5 minutes. All right, let's see if I can figure out in 5 minutes, and then Discord. So the map method iterates over each item of an array. So map is already iterating over each item in an array. Does it also map through? Map is like this. Transform, but transform is like this. Transform element index array. Yep. Map is goes to transform index and what is that? Ooh, maybe that's closer to what I want. So go function movie. Closed it. That's what I need to do. Undefined. It's still undefined. Function movie return. Okay, I got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm getting tripped up on how does it know the element, the index, and the array. I can't wrap my head around that right now. Um, all right, let's bring this up. Oh, I didn't console log the thing. Huh? What the heck? Array 1, array 2. IMDb. It liked IMDb. it just put in IMDb rating. Come on, man. Come on. Return movie title. I guess movie isn't. It knows them if you pass them to the anonymous function, but instead of writing function movie, write movie index array. Oh, right. Right. Movie. So it's going to be. No, you can use watch list index. Array. Oh, okay, yeah. Array index, movie, and then title. Wait. Come, yeah. But I wanted to filter just the title and the rating. Oh, 0. Okay. All right. Let's. Okay, yeah. Let's just jump on a call. It didn't beep me when the thing went 0. No, the return is an object like. Yeah. I'm forgetting how to do. Okay. Title data rating data. Mm, how do you return stuff from an object again? Alright, let's quickly. I'm just gonna quickly test this out. So if I have watches one equals all of that. Oh, crap! Wrong brackets. Nope. Oh. Whatever, man. I'm getting on Discord. Yeah, I'm getting tripped over multiple things here. Hey. All right. I'm
Yeah.
struggling, man. Struggling here.
Yeah. So can you go in your code to the place where you were writing your answer?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because you got really close to solving it, but yeah, you just need to change this return line. So okay, so wrap this thing in curly braces because you want to return an object.
So return in curly braces.
Yes. And now what does this object have? It has two keys. One key is title, so add the key title.
Okay.
And then the title is, yeah, like I wrote in like I wrote in the stream chat
Oh,
with small letters, title.
can I do that? Title is.
If you're confused as to how it should look, you could look up how they solved it in the for loop. You have curly braces for the object,
Alright.
and then you have title and rating, and you have watch list and watch list, and you have index instead of file. No, you didn't need to delete it.
Oh,
Okay, you said it. Okay, so you see you have ratings.push, right?
yeah.
Now you don't need to write push because it's automatically pushed the return value. What you need is to copy the insides of the push function, which is the curly braces and all the things in between.
Okay.
Yeah, and then replace I with index. Or you can rename index to I if you want.
Right. Oh, still with index. Okay. What about the move?
And
Sorry, yeah.
interesting, it gives an error. Did it load? I'm wondering why it gives an error.
Rating. It says ratings is not defined, but I'm not returning ratings anywhere. Oh, here the console log has ratings. That's why. Let me change the.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, that works. Title rating. Title. Okay.
Yeah, and if you run the tests, it should work. And then I can explain some things about the code.
Yeah. Okay, that works. But I'm confused as
Okay,
heck.
awesome. Okay, so first of all, okay, so anonymous functions are useful if you want to write short, like if you want to write the same thing with fewer characters. Because if you write a large application, you don't want to be verbose. You don't want to write the same thing with multiple, longer than it needs to be.
Right.
However, when you're studying, it may actually be more helpful to you if you write things separately. So copy the anonymous function and paste it on line 16. All the insights of the watchlist.map.
Line 116.
Yeah, all the insights without the semicolon and without the ending parenthesis.
So wait, copy and paste it here. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, and you can write, yeah, on line 16. And before the arguments, you can write function transform, then parenthesis, movie index array, blah, blah, blah.
I see. Okay, yeah. Function.
Yeah, and now you just pass the transform function with the watchlist.map as an argument in that. So on line 19, you delete all the insides of the map and you just pass in transform. So we've basically extracted it. Yeah, and delete the rest of the, yeah.
Huh. And then.
Yeah, and also the opening curly brace, like this. So now you have a simple transform function and you pass it in watchlist map. So as long as you understand that watchlist map should work in theory with the transform, you can think of the transform as an independent function. You can call it separately if you'd like to. Now, why do we use anonymous functions? Because if you write the transform function that you're only going to be used to pass it in another function, then you don't need to define it separately. You don't need to even take up the name transform. Yeah.
Yeah.
But while studying, it may be useful to actually extract it, write it separately, because it may be easier for you to think of it, to reason about it. Yeah. Now, what does the transform do? The reason you don't need neither the array or the index is because if you look at the array, we have an array of objects. Yeah.
Yeah.
The array from line 1 through line 13. We have an array of objects.
Right.
Yeah. Now, what the map does is it iterates over each element in the array. So each object, each object is a movie, yeah?
Yeah.
And it gives you the movie, the index, and the array. Now, if you need to do more fancy stuff, you can use the index. Otherwise, you can just use movie. So instead of writing watchlist index, you can replace watchlist index with movie. That already is watchlist index. So movie is the same as, delete the square parentheses, square brackets. Just write movie, square brackets, title.
All right.
Yeah. What movie is it's array square brackets index.
Right. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can do that with the, so watch list index or array index is exactly the same as movie. Does that make sense?
Yes. Because it's already okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you can, if you'd like, you can open on the site the in another tab or something the code that I sent you with the super loop. Because super loop is not exactly how map works. Map also gives you index and array, but if you only use the element, then super loop is rather similar to that.
This
Yeah, super loop. Can you put the code that we are writing on one side and the super loop on the other side?
Yeah. If I can copy it.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
Well, let me copy. All right.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah. So now if you go to the definition of the superloop, what you see, because I suppose map could be a bit confusing the first time you encounter it, but if you look at the superloop, we have an array. In our case, it's the watch list, and we iterate over every element of the array. And we take the ith element, so each element, and we pass it to the transform. The transform is the one that we've written on the left.
Right. Yeah.
Does it make sense? So it goes through the first movie, the second movie, the third movie, blah blah blah. For each movie, it takes the title and the IMDb rating and saves them in an object.
Yeah. Saves in a. Okay. Yeah. And then it returns.
Yeah. Now, if you'd like to adapt the super loop to work like map, you should write transform array I and then comma I comma array, and you have exactly identical implementation of map, but you can actually see how it could be implemented.
Sorry. So transform array I.
Yeah, array I comma and then I, yeah, comma I,
Yeah.
and then comma array. No, without a square bracket.
With or without.
For the second argument, without the square brackets.
Okay. Yeah.
And for the third one, also without the square brackets. You don't need them. So array square brackets I, then I without square brackets, and then, yeah, exactly like this. So now look at the super loop that we are writing, and look at the transform, and look at the watchlist.map transform. Think of watchlist.map as a version of the super loop. And instead of calling super loop watchlist transform, you call watchlist.superloop transform.
Okay.
So this is how it works in behind the, we have a phrase, behind the curtains.
Okay. So all right.
Yeah.
So map. No, the watch list of map is doing this.
Yes. Watchlist.map is doing this, and you pass it the transform.
Right. And this is a watch
And array is
list.
the watchlist. Yes.
Okay. Transform is basically going through each of them, and then is creating a variable and is doing transform.
Mm-hmm.
Transform. Yeah. Array I array.
Yeah.
So I index and the okay. Right. Okay. So movie, which is the position, the index of that thing, and then also the array. Okay. And then it stores in the
Yeah.
background, and we can use whichever of those we want.
Yeah. So like 90% up to 100% of the time, we actually need array I. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's say 50% of the time or 40% of the time, we actually need the index. There's like 1% of the time when we actually also need the array.
Right.
So yeah, if you want to ignore the rest, you don't need to pass them in the anonymous function. You can just remove them from the end.
Gotcha.
So like in transform, let's say now you can replace watchlist index with movie on line 17. No, on line 17, yes. And then you no longer use neither array nor index. Yeah. So you have title is movie title, rating is watchlist index, IMDb rating. Watchlist index you can replace with movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're exactly the same. And now you no longer use index or array, so you can remove them from the function.
Gotcha.
From the function. So you write function transform just movie. What it does is from the outside you can pass them, but in the function definition you actually ignore them. It's like, I don't need them. It's gonna work.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, this is such a head spin. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's done in the background, and then so okay. So when I let's try and think this through, right? So if I have a an array with an object, it's in the background. I can use there's three things. What is it? Current element, the index, and the array. Okay.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't matter what names I give. I could have called movie just so I can understand. I could have named it anything. And if
Yeah,
I
if you want to name it something more abstract, you can call it element. In this case, I called it movie because it is what it actually represents, and I think it would be easier for you to think about it.
right, but how does it know? Okay, let's see. So if I do element, it's gonna work, right? Element index. So how does it know I'm looking for that? Because there's three things. Oh,
They have a specific order. You can have element and index, you can have element, index, and array. You cannot have index without element. You cannot have
gotcha.
array without index and element.
Okay,
So it's position specific.
okay that makes sense now. All right,
Yeah.
element is array, and then it doesn't matter what I name it, it automatically knows what it is based on the
What
position.
matters is the position. Exactly.
Okay, position within the
So,
thing. Okay, yep.
so yeah. So that then it will say, well, I don't know where element comes from. Probably not defined. Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
So once again, I feel like they could have given you a more simple exercise in order to familiarize yourself with map. So because they didn't, I can give you an exercise like this. So suppose you have an array of integers.
Yep.
You can write const numbers and then write some numbers inside.
So we have an array. Let numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently without two. Yeah.
Yeah, and then on the second line, well, if you feel uncomfortable with the arrow functions, you can write them separately. But basically, use map on the numbers, so number.map, and then transform them so that each number is incremented with one. So
Okay. Number. Right.
one will become two, two will become three, three will become four, and etc.
All right. Function. I'm gonna write it down now so I know. So element, index, and array. I'll remove it once I get to the code, just so I can. Oh crap!
Okay, okay.
Come on, man. Why is it doing that? All right. So I wanted to take the number and add one, right? So return. It will be ooh, element. Yeah, it'll be element plus one.
Mm-hmm.
Plus one, but I don't need those two. Yeah.
Ta-da! And
Okay.
you see, you don't have to write any loops. You don't have to write any for each. You don't have to write any let die.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Function. Man, that's okay. And then if I right,
Now, if you like, you can try the square one. So one will become one squared one, two will become two squared is four.
right, it would just be whoa. Why is it NaN? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Man, they didn't do a
Yeah,
very good job explaining element index and array. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. So sometimes you may need to use the index. Let's say you want to move numbers around. Then you can do index plus one, index minus three, blah, blah, blah. But most of the times you only need element.
You only need element.
And if you understand how it works with element, by the time you get to a case where you also need index,
Yeah.
you'll be more comfortable with map to begin with.
Okay. Cool. So if we had to do the book thing from earlier and then had to splice and slice, that's when the index would come into play. Um.
That's where another function like map would come into play.
Okay.
There is a function called filter, which
Right.
returns a boolean, true or false. If it's true, it keeps the element. If it's false, it
Yeah.
discards the element. I think that would be very nice for the remove book, for example.
Okay.
Because what you would say is, oh, if the element is the book I'm looking for, then return false. Just
Right.
discard it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think they have here the emoji version. So let me explain the emoji version. So you have map and you have ingredients and you apply a cook function. So each ingredient is transformed with the cook operation, and the cow becomes a hamburger, the potato becomes fried potato fries, and then the chicken becomes fried chicken. So it transforms them. It creates
Right.
a new array. Yeah. See filter, what it does is it iterates over each element and applies an is vegetarian.
Yeah.
Is vegetarian, we assume that if it's with meat, it returns false. We discard it, we remove it. If it's true, we keep it. So the fries and the popcorn is kept, but the meat is discarded. Now the reduce is the more complicated one. I don't want to overwhelm you.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But map and filter, they're rather similar. Like the parameters of the anonymous function, which are element index array, they're exactly the same. The only difference is what you actually return.
Okay. All right. Amazing. I think they're probably going to teach that next, but man, this okay. That makes so much more sense than what they're trying to teach me. Like Jesus Christ.
Well,
Jeez. Um, yeah. Another thing I tripped up on was I forgot about how to console log the what's it called, objects. How to loop through objects and find stuff.
mhm.
Yeah, that tripped me up too. But okay.
Yeah. I think the problem with the exercise is because first they made it more complicated than it needed to be. It's one thing to think about integers. It's another thing to think about objects, which had a whole section of its own.
Right.
Yeah. So now they're not only teaching a new concept, they're also trusting you that you completely understood the previous concept and you actually feel
Yeah.
comfortable with it.
Yeah. Which I clearly didn't. Like okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Amazing.
And that's it.
Yeah. Thank you very
Do
much.
you have other questions?
No,
No.
all
Okay.
makes sense. All right. Thanks again.
See ya.
See you later. Hey, what's up, Winwood? Welcome back. How's it going? Man, that fried chicken make me want to eat some chicken. I want some KFC now. I might order it. It's like 4 a.m. this shot. So, okay. All right. What do we got here? Amazing. Cool. Pizza is better than chicken. That's it. Pizza with chicken is a compromise solution. Hey, might as well. Man, just I don't know if I can order pizza at this time. It's like 4 a.m. in the morning. Mm. Oh yeah, arrow functions. Yes. Okay, I need to revisit those again. Ratings equals watch list of map movie. Oh yeah, that's another thing they did. They wanted to ratings. Well, let's get the music up. Winwood, how's it going, man? How is it going? So ratings equals watch list of map movie. Oh, you just get rid of the function, transform, and the element. No, 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 no. The element is the movie. Movie the title. Well, in that case, it's element, right? So if I type in, so that is the same as that. So basically, deleted that. You don't even need return. Instead of return, you do. What do you do? instead of return, you go boom, arrow. And then I want it to return the. Wait a minute. So what you need to return needs to be within a bracket. Okay. So it just means run an anonymous function that takes the element as an argument, and then return title, the argument's title item. Yeah, okay. But it's a bit harder to get it's a bit harder to wrap my head around it. Function arg1, arg2, arg3 code. So turn in general function, remove the function. Add that after the parameters arg1, arg2, arg3 code. Element arrow curly braces. JavaScript does not know if this is a block or an object. So all right, yeah, that's notes to remember for sure. Arrow function. Okay. To turn, remove the function keyword and add the parameters. So it would be. So it'd be that. Okay. Element, arrow, and then curly braces. JavaScript. If this is a block or an object, a block meaning like an array. Okay. Right. So, what's a block? Is block an array? Is a block block as in a block of code? Okay. Right. That's why we had. What do we have? Yeah. So this is an object. Really, I probably should have done that. Yeah. The same as. Okay. I don't know if this is good or not, but like I find it easy to like remember for me. I don't know, kind of like mnemonics kind of stuff, but not really mnemonics. 'Cause I'm not using words. Arrow. I'm just gonna assume that means return. So like, it's, so these are the arguments. Like we're gonna forget the name of the function. It's a function somewhere that takes this argument and then return this code. That helps me sort of understand. So basically, there's function somewhere, right? But I'm not going to mention that. I'm just going to mention, yeah, there's a function with these arguments, and then I want you to return whatever's between these codes. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, you need to write ratings equals watches my movie return title. In 99 cases, the difference between function and arrow is that arrow is shorter to right. Gotcha, yeah. It's shorter to write, but in terms of I don't know efficiency or anything like that, does it matter? That have an extra words for it to process or extra characters? No. Okay. It's just programmers being lazy or want to be more efficient. Type less words. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's move on. It's been hour 46 and we've done one, and I wanted to get through the whole thing. All right, let's go. 70% more. There are two more differences, and one of which is relating to the use of this inside a function, but we rarely use this inside of functions. This was objects, right? You're referring to when you say this would be yeah, if ever. Okay. Mike Pro, what's up, man? How's it going? Idol. I feel like Idol Lara keeps coming up. I think Idol Lara is a bot. I don't know. I don't know if it's a bot or not. I feel like it is. Alright, let's see. Function implement a map on a prototype. As you've seen from applying array.prototype.map or simply map, the map method returns an array of the same length. Yeah. Mhm. In other words, map is a pure function and output depends purely on its input. Plus, it takes another argument, another function as its argument. You might learn a lot about the map method if you implement your own version of it. It is recommended for you to use a for loop or array the prototype dot for each. Okay. So it wants me to create my own map. Write your own array to prototype of my map, which should behave exactly like array prototype map. You should not use the built-in map method. The array instance can be accessed in my map using. Hey, look at that! This they want me to do this now. What does it want me to do? Write your own map. Yeah, which should behave exactly like array prototype map. Basically, the map function. Yeah, okay, let's quickly just see if I understand. Dot map iterates through every element and basically stores the element index and an array, right? Basically. Function callback. Us equals s dot mymap function item return item times 2. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is. Man, did I close out? This is exactly like what we just discussed before on the call. on the second call, right? Yeah. Function. So it does a for loop. I is less than something dot length. I need to figure out what that is. 2 seconds. Callback. I mean, it's going to be this thing here, right? It's going to be the array. Callback is when you pass another function in a function. So s.mymap. So what this code basically needs to do is loop through each of these and then times that by 2 because of this callback here. So I needed to basically iterate through that. So that's like a super loop. How do we do it? Oh, look at that array. I don't know why it says callback here. Actually, it doesn't want me to change that. Callback. But callback. 20 minutes. Do you need to set 20 minutes? I need to set 20 minutes countdown. So let's change the color. Oh man, why is there such a big border? Okay, never mind. We're just gonna do that. Right, 20 minutes. Transform is callback. Okay, transform is callback. So you access array with the this keyword. Mm-hmm. Right, transform would be either one of these functions, and then you access the array with the this keyword. So the array that was put in here, this keyword. So transform dot this. Is that what we said? Callback dot. I don't know. I'm gonna run the code and see what it does. Rate of length equals this dot length. All right. Oh, it tells me here using this. Okay. Man, I need to, yeah, either revisit old stuff or I remember doing this, but don't remember exactly what this was. I plus plus, so you need to use. Oh yeah, yeah. Red notes, red lines, bad lines. Okay. Okay. Prototype function callback array. This is should find the array that's in the callback function. Yeah. Okay. So iterate through each of those, and then what should it do? Should nothing is in the callback function. You pass stuff right. So when you pass stuff here, it should know because of this. I still don't understand how it knows, but alright, let's see. A new array. So yeah, we're not gonna change the original variable. We're gonna do new array equals callback because that's the function we want to run. Callback with the I. Callback this because I don't know whether this is this I. Does that make sense? Oh, this dot I. This if this is the array, then I mean it knows I already, right? I is part of the this because that's why we did the whole thing. This dot length. Callback I. Okay. Let's think this through. So in the callback, we're gonna have a function with the array passed into it, which is gonna be this, right? And then I'm just saying loop for each of those by going I is 0, I is this dot length, I plus plus, and new array is going to be callback, which is the which is this function here. At some point when you call it, how do you run a function? Function. Yeah, I think I'm missing that. Oh, this is how you call a function. Function with the ith. No, that needs to be array. Each array literal is basically calling the new array constructor, the array prototype, and change the properties for code. This keyword. Each array literal is basically calling the new array constructor. Okay. The array, the prototype, then changes the properties for all throughout your code. Oh, this thing here changes the properties for all brackets throughout your code. So this keyword refers to that array. Okay. Yeah. Man, prototype. I might have to revisit those. Maybe I'm going too fast from these. Maybe I should spend like more time revisiting those and fully understanding them. Yeah, so basically new array. I like how it still says I is not defined. New array. Awesome. Wait, that worked. This equals array. Um, Apparently, it's not working. It says I is not defined. Why is I not defined? I defined it here. All right, let's run this code. What? It's a new. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's already done that. Huh? S dot my map. Undefined. Undefined. Okay, what am I missing? What is the undefined? New array. For I is this the length. New array I equals callback. This I. Yeah. Isn't that what I did? Alright, let me paste it in here. So for I. Oh, look at that! I missed the let. Dude, the let key. I always miss the let. I always I is not defined because I'm not letting it become a variable. Like that's why it's not defined. Oh lord. Okay. Your code should not use the map method. What do you mean not use the map method? I'm not using the map method. Maybe it just doesn't like the comments in there. Yeah, it doesn't want to see the map text anywhere. Nice test. Doesn't recognize it's a it's a comment. All right. Okay. Apart from the use of let I, it is identical. That should have still worked. Oh, they disabled global variables. Oh, their test was looking for something specific. That's why I didn't pass. Um, okay, so this is basically what map does in the background. It's our super array. I'm gonna remember. It's a super loop. So you pass in. You have a function that takes a function as an argument. It creates a new variable. It does a for loop of each element um, of the of the whatever array or object within the callback function, and then a new array's ith position is going to equal the callback function. It's going to run the callback function array. Well, callback function's array I. Yeah. And then yes, this is what's done in the background. Yes, if you copy the code without let, it will work in the browser console. Super. I think you get the hang of it, man. I'm getting the hang of it because I'm just remembering what you told me. Like I'm just running that in my head again and again. Um, yeah. Yeah, the super loops avoid having to write multiple loops by adding transform. You can change the output of the function. Passing, small a, passing the transformation argument. Yeah, transform is a function which we're gonna call back. Yeah, T calls Bert. Bert is busy. 2 hours later, calls me back. Right, and that 2 hours later is gonna be whenever I call this function here, do a callback, which is function with a yeah. Mhm. So the prototype thing lets me access this, which is gonna help me select the array. New array, which is the variables ith element, is equal to okay. So if I had to like, all right, I'm just I don't know if it's gonna make sense, but I'm just gonna type this in. So if I did that, and the callback here would be function. Man, I keep spelling function wrong. Function item. It's gonna have return. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's gonna be function. Hang on. We don't need it. Okay, let's start again. Okay, so callback is gonna be a function. Man, I keep spelling function wrong. Function. In this case, is gonna be with this. How'd you call the function again? Function and then the arguments. Yeah, the argument is going to be function, but it doesn't have a name. It's an anonymous function. So I can't even call it. All right, anyway. So, right, let's say it was going through that. And what it's going to do is going to go through 2, 3, 4, 5. The your I is going to be the anonymous function, which can be called using this. Like a line 14, for example. Oh yeah, you're right. Don't need yeah. Let's get rid of that. The new S is equal to S dot mymap function item. Turn items times 2. Function item. So this is this right here is the callback. Goes through it. Oh right, so this is just creating the copy. I'm thinking like, how does this do this calculation? This is just creating the copy, and once we have the new array, it would then do this calculation on those, right? This is just so we copy it to this because it's just equaling that. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, that's where I get confused. Okay. Okay. And function, I put in this. Yeah, it goes through that. So it creates the thing. And when does it do the calculation? So when does it do item times 2? Somewhere in here, right? This callback is going to be on line 8. Oh yeah, the callback is this basically. Wait, what did I do? Yeah, new array equals the callback. Yeah, it does the callback and then it assigns it to the array. So once it's done the calculation, it then copies it over to that and then it returns it. Right? Sorry, callback this I becomes item in the nonce function, which returns items times right. Yeah, because the callback is a function, it's not a thing. Yeah, okay. Right. It does the function, and then it does whatever needs to be done, and whatever the ith item is after the function is run, that then gets copied over to the new array variable, and then it returns it. Okay, yeah. Man, it's so difficult to like wrap my head around. To fully implement my map, they don't test for this, but map has this extra thing. If you write on line 8, my array I equals callback. Okay, on line 8. So oh, sorry, new array, right? Is it a new array or is it definitely is it actually my array? New array, okay. New array I is equal to callback this I this new array. Oh wait, I don't. Oh, it's a duplicate. Okay. Yeah, because it stores somewhere in the magical space the array, the index, and the yeah. Okay. Okay, I get the hang of it. Is it gonna pass test? Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. As remember, this is a function, not an array. Run whatever calculations, and once that is done, assign it to an array. Return that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you get the principles plus behind this, it's one stone, three birds. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get it. I'm gonna copy this answer. Might come handy. Array has for each map filter, which have exactly the same callback structure. Callback element I in array. I feel like that's gonna come in handy very soon because I think I'm gonna learn. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind. Okay, all right, let's move on. 33%, making progress. Donation, not yet. We will donate soon. Wait. We'll get back to it. Okay, all right. Maybe go through here. Filter. You mentioned filter. Hey, look at that. We're in filter now. All right. Another useful array function is array the product filter, or simply filter. Filter calls a function on each element of an array, returns a new array containing only the elements for which the function returns true. In other words, it filters the array based on the function to it. Like map, it does this without modifying the original array. The callback function accepts three arguments. Element, index, and the array. Uh, yeah, this is such a bad explanation, man. I get it now because you've gave me different examples, and now I know what that means. But what is that? Come on. See below an example for using the filter method on the user's array and to return a new array containing only the return a new array containing only the users under the age of 30. For simplicity, the example only uses the first argument of the callback. So basically, just the element, which is what we use 90% of the time. Approx. All right. So you got a user's object. They like using objects, not an array. So const users under 30 equals users dot filter, and this is the callback function here. So function that has a user argument return user.age, so the age property. If the condition if is less than 30, so console log name Amy 20. Okay, I think I get it. Oh, it returns a user if the age condition is less than 30. .age. Return user if the condition is user's age is less than 30. Yeah, it's still hard to wrap around that. But I think that's what it's doing. So, never mind. Basically, try this. All right, let's try it. Filter number. Hey, your thing function looks different than. No, it's not. Sorry, it is the same. Number is the argument. Return if number is greater than 40. Okay. If it is, keeps the array, else discard. Right. Man, this is. Yeah, this is gonna make it so much faster to do. All right. All right. Okay. Amazing. Let's see. So, what does it want me to do? The variable watch list holds an array of objects with information on several movies. Use a combination of filter, and map to assign a new array of objects with only title and ratings keys. The new array should only include objects where IMDb rating is greater than or equal to 8. All right, fantastic. So let's make a note of that. Note that the rating values are saved as strings in the object, and you may need to convert them to numbers to perform. Awesome. And it wants me to use a combination of filter and map. Alright, so that's basically the 3 criteria to pass the test, right? Okay, what do we have? So we've got a watch list object with different movies and different stuff, and it wants me to return a new array that only includes objects where IMDb rating is greater than or equal to 8. So where IMDb rating greater than or equal to 8. 8 is a string, so it says I need to. You may need to convert into numbers to form. I mean, if it's JavaScript doesn't care if it's a string, because if it sees the 8.8, it's gonna still do maps. I'm pretty sure, unless they're using different things. They'll. There is a decimal place. The decimal place might mess it up. It does when you compare numbers. Right. So if I was comparing number and number, so it should just treat. I don't think I need to convert them. I don't know. Let's see. So, hey, look at that. They didn't give me anything. Variable filtered list. Alright, let's use const because I'm gonna go pass float 7.8 returns. Pass float. What's pass float? Return 7.8. Okay. float 7.8. Why do I need to use map and filter though? Why do I need to use map and filter? Map. Why do I need filter to get the movies 8.0 and map to transform? Map to transform the objects. Filter to get the movies, yeah. Transform objects. Why am I transforming objects? Let's see. Oh, I only want to map. Well, use map to extract data from an array. Map is extract data. Filter is oh, countdown. Yes, yes, yes. Oh man, yeah. I need a reminder to set a reminder. That's funny. All right, reset. We're gonna start at 15 because I think I've already spent 5 minutes. What's going on here? Let's see. Okay. I see what you're saying. So, filter movies with movies with IMDb greater than 8, and then map the title and rating. Greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. Right. I think that's what you're telling me. I think that's what they want me to do. Right, because it filters everything, and I don't want to know everything. I just want to know the two keys from those filtered stuff. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. All right. Const. I'm gonna use this here as a reference. Well, I don't actually need to know that. Here. Const filtered list dot no const filtered list equals something dot map, which is what's this called? Watch list. No. Watch list dot filter. Watch list dot All right, so create a new variable, and this we're gonna assign it the filter method on the watch list object, and it's gonna run. It's then gonna do a callback function, and the function should filter out anything with higher than 8. Where's my notes gone? Oh, I removed my notes. Anyway, whatever. Function anything. Yeah, so function element. Let's do that. I'm gonna do this as easier. Function takes in the element because that's the yeah, right, and then it's gonna return. Oh, and then within that if element I am is greater than or equal to 8, then return element. IMDb is not defined. Hey, look at that. I think. Let's see, what's the rating here? 8.8, 8.6, 9. Okay, I think we filtered that. Okay, but now if I want to make this an anonymous function, I get rid of the function. Yeah, so remove the function thing, add one of these after that, and then the block of codes. I think I'm still going to need those though. Alright, okay, filter, and then now I need to apply a map to it. Turn. Do I know to oh, I can probably just do it in here, right? And then filtered list dot map. Oh, you can do dot map. Filter. Where's the closing brackets? Dot map. Ah, right. I don't know if I meant to write it like this, but it's easy for me to read. But that's a map. What's map? Map is Map is also gonna have. Let's do that again. Map function. Dude, my function. Keep spelling it wrong. Function that's gonna look at the element. Well, that's the argument, and then within that, it's gonna have. Oh, what was it? This is an object, so how do we do it? Total return title. Can't remember if it needs to go in one of these. I think so. Title is element dot fantastic, amazing, comma, rating Dude, I think I got it. This might just work. Something's wrong though. Doesn't like this. Why is it not like that? Oh, I didn't close the bracket. Yeah, I don't have an opening bracket. Wait. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. It's literally returning the string. We had the same problem earlier. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm not selecting the element. Is that it? I think we did it. Is that it? The filter callback should return true or false. True to keep, false to throw away. Damn. Okay. Sorry. What did you say? The filter callback should return true or false. True to keep, false to throw away. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if it's true, then keep. If it's false, throw away. And once it's done, return the new array. Man, I think I'm getting the hang of it finally. Line 118. What have I done wrong? Return element. Oh, we need a return, so it returns. Oh, I could just have it in one line. So I don't need the if. Oh, right, to turn into an arrow function. Right. You just put the if condition in here. Yeah. Another thing is IMDb element is a string. You're comparing it with a number. The old element IMDb rating is a string. Okay, it works because it's JavaScript, but normally it doesn't work. Okay. Right. Pass. What is it? Pass. Float. So unpredictable in many situations. Right. Okay. Right. So pass float. I don't even know how to do that. Data manipulation, maybe somewhere here. Whoa. Wait, what? Pass int. What's a float? Something into float. Ah. Okay. Float turns into float. Floating point. Floating point. I've heard of that floating point. No. Maps? Is it a maps concept? Want to devise significant. Okay, the bay. Right, okay. Significant. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Alright, cool. Need to remember past. So every time there's a number, past float. Past float if I think it's going to have decimal places. If not, I. So if it was just like 1, 2, 3, I could have used past int, right? It's the way calculators represent numbers which are not whole. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Can past float handle just integers then, or no? I guess it could. The exponent would be to the power 1. You can try. Great point. Let's say I like string. Let numbers equals 1. Also, what happens when there's multiple data points, like decimals and integers? Okay, let numbers equals that. Pass float numbers 1. What? So it did 1 and then it stopped at that point. I guess I gotta go numbers 1 position. Okay. Oh, the 2 doesn't exist. So it accepts both. I think it gives up 0.0. If you have 7.0, it gives a 7. If you pass into float, you'll see it turns into an integer. Okay, pass int numbers, the first position. It rounds it up. It rounds it up. Interesting. Alright, when you go let numbers. Oh, come on. Numbers. Dude, why is it not? Tab? How do I copy that in when it says. Alright. Okay, 2.3, 3.6 strings. Drops. Oh, it just drops. It doesn't. Oh, it doesn't do any like. It just drops it off. So pass float. Did I do float or it? Yeah, pass float. Numbers. Not a number. What the hell? 0, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, float does that. But if I do pass int, Okay, it doesn't do any. Man, it doesn't do any conversion. Maybe there's a math.round or something that does that. Round up, something like that. Maybe. Oh, I think math comes first. Math dot. Math is not defined. Oh, capital M. Hey, look at that. It rounded up to 4. Math of floor, math of seal, math of round. All of that is the same thing? Oh, so floor rounds down, round goes up, and then seals upwards, floor downwards. Ah. Right, ceiling or floor. Okay. Upward or downwards. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. Learning learning new things every day. Um, round is base, whether it's 0.5 or not. Oh, so even if it was okay, yeah. So it rounds up to the nearest digit, but if it's even if it's 3.6, I can make it say 3 or 4, depending on ceiling or floor. If I do round, it's going to be 4. If I round that, it's going to be 2. Yeah, okay. Nice. Learning something new. It doesn't help with this, but okay. Well, we at 40% now? 38. Very close. All right, what are we doing here? Implement the filter method on a prototype. Ah, it wants me to do the. It wants me to create my own filter method again. You might learn about the filter method if you implement your own version of it. It's recommended to use a for loop. Write your own filter, but should behave exactly like that. Alright, okay. This is similar to what we did earlier. Let's see. $20. Alright, let's set 20 minutes. 20. Let's go. What does the filter do? I don't need to worry about the. Maybe I do. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go to super loop. There we are. So it's going to return item if modulus shoot is 1. Meaning, I think that's negative numbers. Sorry, odd numbers. Filter. What does filter do again? Filter copies only the thing that matches. Okay, this is how we did the thing earlier. It's not cheating because I already did it, so it's good for reference to map. We did new array. New array I is equal to callback to whatever the function. This I that. In our case, we cannot equal it because map is extracting that. We need it to filter. So we needed to do some kind of slice or splice. It's odd numbers. Keep it true. Discard it false. Hope you don't see yourself a plagiarism. Hey, I'm plagiarizing you, and it's all on. It's all recorded. because I'm just modifying your stuff. um, Wait, why did we do map and filter in this again? We did. Oh, the code's gone. Man, why did they get rid of the code? I don't like that. Whatever. I think we did map and filter. Oh, map was to map anything with higher than 8. Sorry, filter was to filter it, and then map was to extract the data. Okay. All right. Implement your own filter method. Filter should. All right, whatever. Let's just start typing. For it's gonna need some kind of for loop for sure. Right. So that's a safe bet. Remember to use the keyword let because I always forget. Let I equal 0. I is less than. I can use this dot length I plus plus. So go through those, and then it's going to need a filter condition. So if something is true, if something equals something, if something equals something, we can do new array. Oh yeah, I think it might be easier than I thought. New array I equals, then copy it basically. I think new array I equals. I don't know. I'm just copying stuff from earlier. This to this arrays I. Yeah, I think that should be enough. We can do index and this. Well, whatever. Leave in there for now. So if what is true, if also it's got length wrong, length, filter if what is equal to what, if this dot I is equal to I, right? Because this would be the array that's passed in the callback function. No, crap. What are we equaling? Oh, okay. I got 14 minutes. All right, let's see. What is it going to filter? How does a filter work? Filter is. So, okay, if I was to write my own thing, so for example, let's say, what does a callback do? Callback finds the odd numbers. So callback finds the odd numbers, and if that if that okay, so callback runs some kind of code, right? Callback da 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 da. Whatever this I is going to be. Callback this dot I. All right, maybe. Okay, let's just go crazy here. Maybe this. If this dot I equals, I don't know, man. If callback, crap. Then I have no idea. New array that push the I into it. Okay, if the ith item in this array, if that is equal to whatever the I is going to be after the callback runs the function, you're getting much closer. Okay. So whatever the I is going to be after the function is run, if that is equal, so triple. Why is it not like that? What is this dot I? F Society, what's up, man? Thanks for the follow. F Society, that's from that TV show, the hacker TV show, right? Man, I haven't watched that show in such a long time. How's it going, man? Thank you for the follow. Mr. Robot, that's the one. Oh, man. That's the one. I haven't watched it. I watched the first season and then just stopped watching. Maybe I got to the second season. All right, okay. So what are we doing wrong here? Can you give me some tips? Could you give some tips for starting JavaScript? And mysteriously got into program. Yeah. So Mr. Robot subconsciously wanted me to learn programming. Sure. I am learning JavaScript. So yeah, okay, quickly. I'm gonna pause the timer, man. Whatever, 10 minutes. We're close. So I started learning to code about 2 months ago. I'm going through the free code camp curriculum, and I'm learning JavaScript from that. I'm also reading the Elegant JavaScript book on the side to get the basic fundamentals. Um, and then once that is done, I'm going to do projects. So it's just a thing called JavaScript30.com, and they've got what happened? They got all these different kind of projects to build, like CSS, JS, clock, um, I don't know, all these kind of things. So once I go through the basics and get the fundamentals down from Free Code Camp, I'm then going to build all of these out to get practice. And the theory is by the end of that, I should have a good understanding and good grasp um, of JavaScript. And then, if you want like help with anything, if you need, I don't know, someone to code review the code you've written, I highly recommend joining the Discord channel. Bert, who's in the chat right now, you see he's got all this code here that explains and gives you the basics. And yeah, he's a great teacher. Like, there's also a thing. So right now you can see the 8 minutes timer going down, right? So if I get stuck in this problem and I can't solve it within that time, we then jump on a call in Discord. There's a live stream voice channel, and then he will literally walk me through and then help me explain stuff. So if you're new and he's hanging around, you can sort of learn from my mistakes and then sort of basically see how he teaches. That's also helpful. Yeah, if you want to join, let me know. I'll send you a link to Discord and you can, ask questions in there too. Can you share those links? Yes. Oh, excuse me. The Discord isn't in the thing, but so my notes, if you go to Twitch in my description, yeah, whatever, I'll just share it now. I'll just share it. But it's in the descriptions too. So that's my notes. And Discord invite. I always forget how to get the invite link. Oh, there is. Invite people. And there's the Discord. I probably haven't got free code camp link on it though, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's add a link to it. Yeah, so that should now link to free code camp. Cool. All right, where were we? We were looking at Superloop. Superloop. All right, what is this dot I? Right, that was the question. What is this dot I? So this is referring to the array. So prototype changes the callback function stuff into arrays somewhere, and then this will then let me call that back. So this dot I is the ith element that's currently in the array in the function, and then it's gonna run through the call, and then yeah, probably don't need this because this is that. So what's the callback? So once the callback function runs this thing, what's the I after that? Callback I. Callback would be whatever. Thank you so much, man. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. I'm learning here too, so we can learn together. Yeah. It's the I that concerns me. All right. All right. So wait, you're saying the thing was okay? Callback. What's the difference in dot I and I in square brackets? This dot I. So if we had, let's say, if we had a Pratik, you Indian? No, from Nepal, which is close to India, but not Indian. One more time. Control Z. Oh, okay. This dot I. Wait, this is an array, right? Dot is for. Hmm, okay, let's see. Let var. I can't use var. Let f society. Remove this dot I equals. Okay. So f society equals. If it's an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I did f dot 1, yeah, I have to put it within that. Why did I do dot 1? Dot 1 is for objects though, so if it was an object, right? Let's refresh. So if I did, instead of that, if I did first I think I'm missing something here. Second, I'll just do 2 so I don't repeat myself. What am I missing? Oh, it needs to be within one of these. Right, and then if I did f society dot 0, that should then. No, it's not. Unexpected number. Oh, dot first. Oop. Okay, so I'm confusing this dot first with dot I. That's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm from India, by the way, joining Discord. Amazing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys on there. Nico's not here. Nico's a pro. He can help you out. There's another guy from India in there too. Trusty, he can help you out as well. and maybe I can help you out. Arrays are objects. Arrays are objects. Okay, const I is 7. Well, can you say? But yeah, okay. Array.I is not array 7, it is array. Man, array.I is not array 7, it is array I. That's a string. Array I is array. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. Right. So this is accessing the keys from an object, right? So array.I is accessing the I key from an object. But whereas array brackets I is that position or that element or whatever is in there. Okay. So if that is true, then this right here is messed up. This dot I. So this dot I position. Where's our super loop? Yeah, okay. So this dot I, so if the ith item in the array that's passed in the callback function equals the I position after the callback is run, because after the callback is run, it's going to give us whatever the condition is. And if that is true, then only push it. That should then filter out the rest. Remove this I equals. I need to remove equals as well. Oh. Yeah, because this just means if it's true. I don't need to say equal. If this condition is true. What am I missing? Why is it giving me this query? I'll fix the push. Oh yeah. New way to push. Oh, push is not in the square thing. New array dot push. Why is it not liking this? I is less than this subline I plus plus. If the callback, if right, it's already comparing it here, and if whatever the I position is equal to that, if that is true, then push it. Push. We wouldn't push this at I. We would push. Oh, you're missing this. On line 8. Okay, yeah. Man, those brackets. Those brackets, they always get to me. If callback is true, push that. Else is not going to do anything. That should be it. Yeah. Okay. So that's how the filter method works in the background. So time around doing explanation. No, I'm clear on that. Yeah. This is making more and more sense as time goes on now. But no, thank you. You helped a lot. Like the I explanations and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. Mrs. Smurf TB, what's going on? Studutzo, man, I see you. I see you lurking. What's going on? Alright, let's take a quick break. I see you. What's going on, man? How's the project going? Oh, I completely missed it. Burst about to win. Burst about to land. Look, 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 look. Ooh, 11.68. But I found a bomb. Let's see. No bombs found. Come on, give me a bomb. Blue. Oh man, I keep dying. I die every single time. Project is going good. Learning a lot of things as you go. Nice. Awesome. Oh yeah, you guys are here. I want to share. So my friend, yeah. So once I go through the JavaScript 30 stuff, I need to learn some. I think React or something. So, I think I may have talked about this in the stream before. So workcity.co.uk, right? This is a project that my friends working on, and this is kind of like it's like Upwork, and it's like freelancer.com, but it's for, yeah, it says here hire local people in the local community. So if there's businesses or people who want to hire talent, so for example, if you want to hire a plumber that's based in the Bournemouth is um, where he's based. Where this is where I used to be before I moved to London, Bournemouth, UK. Right, so we got the maps in the south coast of England, which is right here. Let's scroll back. Whoa, 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 loading. Oh, I went too far in. Oops, wrong way. Man, my internet just decided to crap out on me. Alright, there we go. Right, so it's right here on the south coast of England. That's where it's based, and right now we're trying to build this thing there so local people in the area, businesses in the area can come and find freelancers, students, or maybe even other businesses to hire stuff to do, right? Anyway, that's what the business is, and he wants me to help obviously build this out. So this is currently built on sharetribe.com. It's a thing that lets you build your own marketplaces, right? So he's got the thing version that doesn't let you customize, but they've got this thing called Flex, which lets you customize it. ShareTribe Flex. Yeah, just Flex Docs. Right, so you can. I was looking into that, so it lets you customize stuff, which I assume means you can customize the front end. Flex templates for web. Okay. And wait, introducing Flex. Yeah. Yeah, so this is what it does. And they use JavaScript and I think React and maybe Redux from what I saw. So I'm gonna try and get in there and build the front end up for him, or I don't know, even build out how the user flows and things like that. So they provide the backend support, looks like data storage, and I just need to be able to code the front end, and then I don't know, connect to the database. So whenever data is stored, somehow I need to go into it works with their stuff, which I'm sure there's documentation. So yeah, I think I'm gonna try and build this out in after those projects are done. What do you guys think? I don't know if that made any sense. What do they use? And where did I read that they use background. Getting started. Oh, there you go. It's built using React, Redux, and CSS modules. Also contains a small Node.js. So I think React is yeah, JavaScript library. So I think I'll probably try and learn that. What do you think? That's something we can build out. JavaScript will be the most difficult part from then on. ShareTribe is so expensive. Really? You think? Is it really that expensive? It's like $300 a month, I think, something like that. 100 a month. I think the free version, my friend's currently paying like 100 something a month. Let's see. ShareTribe. Is that expensive? I thought that'd be cheap. um, yeah, 79 a month. Started off. but like obviously I don't understand the back end of it yet. So if you had to build a back end yourself to support this kind of marketplace, it would cost more, no? More than $100 a month for to have the servers running, the time cost of having to implement it. But I don't know. I don't know enough to like know for sure. Yeah, I guess it makes sense for what they offer. Right. But because they use React, I thought it might be a good project. It's kind of like learning it's still JavaScript, right? It's JavaScript library. Excuse me. All right. Anyway, that's something that could happen on the stream down the line. We will see. React is easier than Node.js. Can you use React but Node.js? What is Node.js? Express.js. Is Node and React just for front end stuff? Yeah, so React is UI, so it has to be front end. There is one concept of promises, so from JavaScript, but it's heavily used in Node. If you get to the part, I can teach you. Man, I actually went through promises. We did go through promises. It was weird. It was like I'll promise to do something, and once it's done, I will then run this code or something like that. Which I don't fully recall. Is your name Pratik? Yeah, it is. Promise. Yeah, JavaScript promise. There you go. We did that. Nope, not tutorials. I think it was in the basics somewhere. Why can't I find it? It's not even in my notes. I'm pretty sure it made you do some promises things. It threw me off on the first encounter. Basically, It's basically callbacks on steroids. Right. All right. Okay. Let's continue. So we have implemented. Okay. Close everything that's not needed. How's your accent so good? Man, I live in the UK. So Nepalese, but I live in the UK. Been here for more than 15 years. But JavaScript is so ubiquitous, you can do anything you want. It's the one language to rule the front end, and many projects use it on back end. There's not a single other one. Man, awesome. Glad. Yeah. See, I moved to the UK when I was 15, so I used to have a very strong accent, and then I just learned it. It was difficult because I was 15. My brother moved here too, but he's like 4 years younger than me, so he sounds like British. Because when you're younger, you pick it up faster. I had to force myself to learn it, but yeah, a lot of learning, and it helps that I was forced to speak English every day because that's the language here, right? All right, okay, what are we doing here? Implement a filter method and prototype. Man, we just did this. This is done. This is done. Let's pass. Let's move on. That's great. Awesome. So from India, so you speak Hindi, right? Old Nepalese know thoda Hindi aata hai sabko. Hopefully that made sense to you. The slice returns. Yes. Nice. Function program return part of an array using the slice method. The slice method returns a copy of certain elements of an array. It can take two arguments. The first gives the index of where to be. Yeah. Wait, why are you doing slice again? Oh, maybe there's something else coming. So we did map, we did filter. Maybe this is an intro to the other one. Okay. All right. Use the slice method in the slice array. Wait. Just make sure. Are we in the right section? Yeah, we are. Okay. To return part of anim array. Okay, so return. Oh, look at that. We need to create a functional programming. We need to create a new array. Const. Okay. Const new array. Oh, I could just go equals, I guess. Slice. Slice returns a new. Oh. Suddenly to do that. Okay. Anim dot slice. So starting position and the end position. And we need a return, right? Is that all it wants? Okay. A common pattern by working with arrays is when you want to remove items and keep the rest of the array. JavaScript offers splice method for this, which takes arguments for the index. So splice is when it deletes. Yeah. Rewrite the function non-mutating splice by using slice instead of okay, it should limit the provided cities array to a length of 3 and return an array the first 3 items only. So I think I need 0 and 3. Hey, look at that. All right, ask me later. Functional programming. Combine 2 arrays using the concat method. 123.concat 456. All right, use the concat method in the non-mutating function to concatenate attach to the end of original. I think here I would have to create one just for good practice. Const new array equals that, and then probably return new array dot push attach dot concat original. Concat to the end of original. Oh. How's that? Difficult levels all over the place. From hardcore to easy. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, hang on. Why is it not? Oh, I spelled misspelled. I think that's what I would do, right? Concat also returns a new array. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Don't need to do any of that. So it actually makes our lives a lot easier using these built-in functional programming. I don't think concat is limited to functional programming stuff though. Okay. Anyway. Done. No, it's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should return 1, 5. Oh, I didn't return. Yeah. 54%. Add elements to the end of the array using concat instead of push. Elements to the end of the array. The last challenge introduced concat method as a way to combine arrays into the new one without mutating the original one. Compare concatenate to push. Push as item. We already did this. I guess it's a good reminder though. I'm guessing they're building me up to throw me into the deep end again. Concat was a new way to have without any right because it doesn't mutate because it returns, and I guess that's what's teaching me is it returns a new array, which I didn't know. Change non-mutating push, so it uses concat to add new item at the end of the original. So return original. Well, it just wants to change this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now we're talking. Concat returns a new array. Concat takes an array. Okay, so it's trying to build me up to do the reduce thing. All right. Let's see. It should have been original concat. Okay. It takes an array. Didn't like that. It doesn't like it. They are passing an array as an argument. Right. So in normal cases, it would be the function, callback function. So in that case, we would have to, right, yeah. Then it means it won't work with push. Okay. I think that makes sense when we do this reduce thing. Let's see. Reduce is the most general of all operations in JavaScript. You can solve almost any array processing problem. Array processing problem. The reduce method allows for more general forms of array processing. It's possible to show that both filter and map can be derived as special applications of reduce. Ooh, this is going to be rough. Oh, really? Okay. All right. I'm going to brace myself. Oh, 20 minutes, man. We need a timer. We need a timer. All right, there we go. There we go. The reduce method allows for more general forms. It's possible to show that both filter and map can be derived as special applications of reduce. It iterates over each item in an array, returns a single value. Same thing. Counter, yeah. I think there's a bit of a lag between the stream and I don't know how to change that. I need to look into that. I don't even know if I can do that. Streaming me talking? I don't know. Something like reduce. Right. The first argument is known as the accumulator, which gets assigned the return value of a callback function from the previous iteration. Second and it's the same thing. Element. Wait, no. This accepts 4 arguments. Accumulator, which gets assigned the return. Hey, look at that. We have 4 different things now instead of 3. Right? Right? Because so far we've had element, index, and array. Now it's saying I can have okay, interesting. In addition to the callback function, reduce has an additional parameter which takes an initial value for damn. If this second parameter is not used, then the first iteration is skipped, and the second iteration gets past the first element of an array. Okay. I have no idea what that means, but hopefully the examples explains it. See below for an example. Here we go. Using reduce on users. So you've got an users object. Sum of ages equals users.reduce sum and user. So there's a function that takes in 2 parameters and it returns sum plus the age of the user 0. I mean that means as long as the age is greater than 0. Okay, in another example, see how an object can be returned containing the names of the users as properties. All right. So got a user object, users dot reduce object user object user dot name. So this is doing the filter thing. If that equals that, return the object. No, it's not. It's just returning. Okay. Yeah, you're right, man. This is gonna be rough. um. All right. So the variable watch list is the same thing from earlier. Holds an array of objects. Da da da. Used reduce to find the average IMDb rating of the movies directed by Christopher Nolan. Record from prior challenges how to filter data and map over to pull what you need. You may need to create other variables, return the average rating from getRating function. Note that the rating values are saved as strings. Okay, wow, there's a lot. Okay. Alright, let's add notes. Like whenever they say you may, I just take that as a like a command. Hey, do this. So we have a get rating function that takes watch list. As the thing. All right, whatever. Let's see. Okay, so first we need to filter all the movies that were directed by Christopher Nolan. It's the director, Christopher Nolan. Okay, how do we do that? So if I remember, I'm gonna filter. Let Chris Nolan movies equals Nolan Chris equals watch list dot filter. Right, and the filter's now gonna take a Did I take notes on filter? Let's see. Okay, filter. I'm just gonna call it director. Filter director. Or even Chris, right? Filter Chris. Chris is good. Could be writing a function. So function. I'm gonna write function and then I'll remove it into a thing later. So function Chris. It's anonymous function Chris that returns will return okay, we need squiggly brackets. Title. Okay, I know I'm missing something, but I'll go back. Title. I don't have it here. I do not have it here. Element, right? Element I title. That's what we did. Element I title, and then okay, we're just gonna worry about filter for now. So Chris. Oh man, I can't remember how I did it earlier. It was Chris. Should have taken notes. I did. How did I do it? I did return. Let's go back. Oh man, it doesn't store the answer. Right, so the way it was users filter user dot age is less than. Oh yeah, we need a conditional. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I can just get rid of all of that. I'm gonna name it director dot. So it wouldn't be age. It would be director. Okay. All right, let's do Chris. Filter movie. Ooh, movie. Yes, yeah. Oh yeah. Filter movie director. Director equals what's the name? Christopher Nolan. Oh no, movie writer. We need that. We need to go not director, movie. Hey, why is it not filtering? Return. Wait, let's see. If I do return, Chris name is not defined. Equals watch list filter. H dot. Watch list. Oh no, it is. Wait, director or writer? Direct. Oh, there, he's both. Joe Shova, what's going on, man? Thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Alright, we go back to director. Okay. Alright, it's a triple equals then. Alright, just so I write that. So basically, this is it's an anonymous function that's taken in movie as a thing, right? Something like that, and then it's basically saying if if that is true, um, movie. All right. Okay, so we're saying it does work. All right. How do I test if it works? I think I can go console.log straight after that. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Crap, it's gone. Let's try it again. Director. Let movie director equals Christopher. How do you spell his name? Christopher Nolan. Hey, so it is working. All right. Sure, console log it. Okay. All right, we filter it, which is great. Now I need to extract. So and to do that, we just go dot map, right? Attach it directly into it. And we're gonna map. We're gonna map two things: title and what do we need to map? Let's see. Use reduce to find the average IMDb rating. So I just need to find the IMDb ratings and just need to match that. Rating is. I know I gotta go something. Wait, hang on. It's a function, so I'm gonna need. Let's call it movie again. Wait. Hey, it's a map. I've got an example of the map. Function, element, return, element plus one. Yep, so anonymous function that takes in movie and it returns, because it's an object, it returns IMDb rating, which is something we also did earlier. So I don't think the code is complete, but let's see. Chris Nolan movies. Undefined. Fantastic. It's undefined because I'm missing something. Yeah, let's call it. Let's call it rating. Um. Oh, I need to give it the thing movie. Oh, it doesn't like movie because I typed in rating there. Rating. There we go. Yeah, that's confusing. Let's go back to movie again. Hey, what's up, penguins? Double equal. Oh, that's gone now. Triple equal. I'm gonna move this to new line so I can understand what is going on. Actually, if we go back to one of the early examples, it shows exactly how. Yeah. So in the oh, look at that. That's what we need. Title, watch list, I title. That's what I'm missing. But that's a full loop. No, that is not what I want to do. Yeah, let's go that. Let's go. Let's start it in there. So it would be wouldn't be watch list I. That would just be the movie. We don't need the I because we're not losing a for loop. So that is correct. Alright, I'm gonna go on Discord number. Oh, it's already gone past 00. Oh man, we haven't even gone past the third part yet. Yeah, it's just taking too long. All right. Okay, hopping on Discord. Hey, back again.
Yeah. Well, don't worry too much about the reduce because, well, I personally don't know anyone who didn't struggle a lot with reduce the first time he saw it.
Okay.
But remember from previous days, there was something about a loop. And I said, well, the basic strategy for working with a loop is first you initialize the result with nothingness. Like with string, it's an empty string. With integer, it's a 0. Yeah, remember that?
Yep.
Can you open up the notes? Because I think you wrote it down in the notes somewhere.
Uh, might be in the dummies card section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The exercise was about concatenation of strings. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, okay. So you only wrote it with like this. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen then.
All right. Okay. All right.
So, do you see my screen?
2 seconds. Yep, I do now.
Okay. So let's say I don't know if it will ring any bells, but we had something like result, and then here we had like strings, let's say, and then here we add, well, let's say array of strings, and then here we have result is an empty string, and then we have array index, plus equal. So what this does is if I pass reduce, and then we have an array of hello, and then world, and then something more. Yeah, what it should do is it should initialize result with an empty string, and then iterate over the whole array for each element, and then take that current element and concatenate result with that and store it again in the result and return result. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, what if I want to do it with integers? 0, 5. Yeah, so I put in some integers. Yeah. Now it breaks because this is a string, and now suddenly I'm not concatenating strings with strings, I'm concatenating strings with integers. In other programs, they will crash. In JavaScript, it will do weird behavior, unpredictable behavior. It will either turn the integer into a string or try to turn the string into an integer.
Yeah.
I think it will be the first case, and it will become this. I think. I don't write code that I think should work in a certain way. I write code that I know works in a certain way.
Okay.
So this is not something that one does. Now, as you can see, we have a flexibility problem. We have written a function, and now if you want to pass in a different type data type array, so array of integers, now we have to rewrite the whole function. And the whole function remains the same, and the difference is that the result should be initialized with a different value.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, interestingly, this is not just about strings and integers. If I write result is an array, and then here, let's say I make this a push. Does this remind you of anything?
Map.
If we give
Okay.
here a callback, it starts to resemble the map function.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically the map also follows the similar pattern. And if you think about it, the filter also follows a similar pattern. Every time we have a loop, every time we have a result, every time we return the result, every time we look through each element, and ideally each time we want to be able to potentially access the element, the given index, the index, and the array, if we would like to. Most of the times we don't, but we may want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now how do we abstract this? What we observe here is that the result is not the same. It could be a string, it could be an array, it could be an integer, it could be anything. It could be an object. So the result is something that changes, the initial value.
Right.
So first we have an initial value of result, which could change. Things that change, we usually don't write in the function, because if you write it in the function, that's hard coding. Things we change, we usually add as a parameter here, like this, result. Because then we can change it outside of the function without having to rewrite everything each time we call the function.
Yeah.
Like this, yeah? So this way we can abstract the result. And because the result is being updated, what we need is some kind of a way to enable the callback to also interact with the result. How do we do that? The answer is we also pass in the current state of the result. Yeah. So if it's an array, first I pass in the empty array here.
Okay.
Then when I add an element, I pass in the array with element 1. Then when I modify it again, I pass an element with 5, let's say, and etc.
Yeah.
And now this is what reduce looks like. This is actually how it could be implemented. The difference is that we don't pass in the array, we do array.reduce callback result. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically okay.
And now how does the callback look? Before it used to look like a function in which we pass in anonymous function in most cases, in which we pass in element, which is the current element, and then the index of the current element, and then array. So it would be for the for index I, it will be array I is here, and then I, and then array. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it looks a bit different, because if we do that, we're gonna discard the result and here the result is not going to be updated. This function has no awareness of the result. How do we make it aware of the result? Well, we add the result to the function.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, because I'm going to use this terminology for now, result. And the idea is that this function returns something. And what should that something be? That something should be the next version of the result. So here, each time we update the result, like this can be more simple, result plus equal to some string, let's say. So each time we loop, the result is being updated. And here we update it, update result, but then we also need to return it. Yeah. So here we can do whatever we want with result element index array. Then finally we return result,
Right.
usually. Whatever we return here, it will become the new result. This function is called over and over again. So if in iteration, if in some iteration I return, let's say, the number 7 here, in the next iteration, 7 will become the new result. Then if I return, let's say, 14,
Yeah.
in the next iteration, result will become 14. And it goes on and on like this. So whatever here is returned, then in the next iteration of the loop, it goes back. This function is called again. The previous result is now the current result. And we have the next element, the next index, and still the same array. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it may help because currently it looks a bit abstract. I think it may help if I actually give some examples. And the way I'm going to give the examples is by giving you an example based on things you've already done. So I've already implemented map and you've
Okay.
already implemented filter. Yeah. So how would we go about implementing map and filter with result? So let's say we have an array and then we go, okay, maybe using array is confusing. So let's say we have numbers. And then we have 1, 3, 5, 7.
Yep.
Yeah. And then let's say we have map, numbers map. And then we have number is going to become number plus 3. Yeah. So it's clear up to now. This will become
Yeah.
5,
So
6, 8, 8, 10. Yeah. Is this clear for now? Hello, 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 hello. Can't really hear you.
can you hear me?
I can hear you from the stream, I guess.
I can hear you now. What happened? Does Discord mess my?
Oh man.
I can hear you now.
Wait, can you say something now? I think you're
Oh.
back.
Okay. How's that?
Okay, you're back. Yeah, yeah,
That was
yeah. Okay.
weird. Okay.
Yeah. So, is this clear?
Numbers map. Yeah. Just gonna map numbers and it's gonna go 3, 6, 8,
Yes.
10. Yeah.
So now how do we
4, 6,
implement
and
it
10.
with reduce? With reduce, we have again an anonymous function here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And first we start the result. We initialize the result. So what are we going to put? What are we going to update? We're going to update an empty array. So here we say result is equal to an empty array.
Yeah.
That's how we implement map. Yeah. And then on each iteration, here we have result. Here we have number. This is the current number. Then we have the index of the current number and the numbers array. But we don't care about the other ones, so I'm just gonna keep the number.
Yeah.
And then we say result push number and then return result. So it's gonna loop over each number. It's gonna do result push number and here, and it's gonna return result. so that it becomes result for the next iteration.
Okay, yeah.
So this is exactly the same as this. Does it make any sense?
I think so. I think so, right.
So,
Yeah.
so the first time it's called, the result is the second argument. This is the initial value of result. And then each time it returns, the return becomes the next result. Then it's being processed, it returns result, and it becomes the next result.
Okay.
The final return is the final return of the reduce. So the final time this callback is called for the last number, 7, it's gonna add, oh, I forgot to add +3. It's gonna take number 7 plus 3, it's gonna push it to the result, and then it's gonna return the result. There is no other numbers, so this whole thing is going to become const result is equal to this. Yeah, and you can even do weird stuff, like you can see here the intermediate states of the result. I'm gonna write it like this because in the console there may be a chance that it gives you the most up-to-date version of the result by
Okay.
mistake. And I'm missing. Okay, I'm missing something. One sec. It's in the. Oh, I have a bracket here. Yeah. I'm using numbers, but I didn't copy them.
Okay.
So you see, it first it has nothing, then it appends 4, then it appends 4 and 6, then 4, 6, 8, and then finally 4, 6, 8, 10.
Yeah.
Here. So this is how it incrementally updates the initial one, which is this. And now, if you like, I can also show you how you can implement filter.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So you have numbers filter, number is greater than 5, 4, yeah. And then the way we implement it with reduce is we say if number is greater than 4, result push number.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So what it did was 3 times. So for the initial empty list, it didn't add anything. For 1, it didn't add anything. For 3, it didn't add anything. So it's 3 times. Then it added 5. And finally, it added 7 and immediately returned because there was no other thing to do. And then the resulting list was 5 and 7. Yeah. So as you can see, result is powerful, but this is somewhat shorter and simpler than this. Now let's say the console lock is an addition, and yeah, I mean, even if I do it with concat to do it all in one line, I still have to write more, and I also have to add this initializer. And here I do not need to write it.
Right.
Why? Because map and filter automatically add this initializer by default.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So reduce is more powerful. And the reason why is because map, for example, it always returns the same length array. For each element, it returns a different element. And filter can reduce the number of elements, but it cannot transform them. With reduce, you can do whatever you want. You can even combine both a map and a filter inside of a reduce if you'd like. Like, let's say here you can say if a number is greater than 4, then push, yeah?
Yeah.
So then this one reduce is a combination of both map and filter all in one place. So as you can see, reduce is much more capable, flexible, and powerful, but it also means that it's more difficult to read. Like this is much easier to read for me than this will ever be. Yeah. And now back to the exercise, for which I think, yeah, the exercise don't you to fail, because not only do they want you to learn a difficult concept of understanding reduce, they also want you to do that while using all the previous
Yeah.
operators and working on this big array. So the way to do it is, first you would like to filter on Christopher Nolan. You did that.
Yeah.
And yeah, that also shows why this exercise wasn't that useful, because by the time you finished it, you already spent like 10 to 15 minutes. And yeah, I don't think the exercise was that useful in that case. But the way to solve it is, then you need another variable. Otherwise, you need to do this twice. So it's better to store it and only do it once. So you need another variable. I stored the filtered movies, only of Christopher Nolan. I stored it in a variable movies.
Okay.
And then we reduce movies. And we need the average. Why do we need to do that? The reason we need to do that is because with reduce, we can take an array and return an integer or a float. Yeah, you cannot do that with neither filter or with map. Maybe with a combination of them, you could achieve this effect, but it's much simpler with reduce. But then we also need to divide by the length. Otherwise, it's not an average.
Right.
Yeah, the average is you sum up n number of numbers, and then you divide by n.
Yeah.
So this division by n is a second reference of movies. And yeah, that's why it's easier to first store it in a variable. Here you first use movies for the reduce, and then you use it a second time to take the number of movies that are of Christopher Nolan.
Right.
Yeah, and here basically what is it that the result is going to represent? The result is going to represent the average. So the average of nothing is what?
Nothing. It's nothing.
It's 0.
Yeah.
And then we can add to that 0. It's actually a bit confusing that it's average, because it's not. It's more making more sense if I call it total. So what is the total of nothing? It's 0.
Right.
And then we start adding the ratings of each movie. So total is 0. 0 plus, let's say, 7.9 is 7.9. 7.9 plus 8.3 is, it goes on and on like this until it finishes off Christopher Nolan's movies.
Yeah.
And after that, you can divide by the length. So let me separate this code from this code so you see how it works in between. As you can see, it summed the total. Yeah. So you took an array of movies. Let me also show you movies. So you take this array, and when you reduce it, you receive this result.
Okay. Man, it's like you're running magic on there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because each time you take the rating and then you turn it into an actual float, not a string, and then you add it to the total.
Right.
And you cannot do that with map or with filter. You can do that with reduce. Yeah. So after you have the total, you divide by the number of movies. So movies length. We see that we have 4 such movies. So 34.7 divided by 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions so far?
All makes sense. I just need to. Yeah. Could you?
I think it would help you if you also try to solve the exercises that I just showed, which is to implement map with reduce and implement filter with reduce. And after you do those 2 exercises, you can come here and try to implement to finish this exercise. because this way you also get to experience reduce yourself.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's based on how they've run it before. They wanted to do this first and then implement your own reduce afterwards. I'm guessing that's what they're gonna make me do,
Yeah, I can check.
or maybe not. Let's move on.
Use higher order functions map, filter, or reduce to solve a complex problem. No, I don't think so.
Let's just move on. Great, fantastic. Okay.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, when the exercises are lacking, you just have to make them yourself.
Okay.
So basically implement map with reduce, then implement filter with reduce, and then finish the exercise. And yeah, if you still have questions, I can go back on Discord, or maybe I could.
Okay. Could I just? Yeah, I might have to ask you to
Or,
send those codes to me
or
at
what
some
I could
point.
do is I could stop sharing the screen and I can watch on stream while you're solving them. I think that would be better.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
I don't know how to stop the stream. No, stop stream. Okay.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it would be better if you do it on Twitch and then I can watch you through the Twitch.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks. Oh wait. Oh wait. We're gonna stay on the call while I do it. So we saying okay.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Mhm. There might be a delay there. Maybe I can. I don't know if I can do double things. If I share my screen, it might be more real time. But if there's a delay, let me know.
It's all right. There is a small delay, but it's just 1 or 2 seconds. I can survive.
All right. So wait. So you want me to implement my own um,
Map with
map
reduce.
of reduce? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's get rid of that for now. Okay. I think that map is very close. Okay. How would I do map reduce? So I know we just went through it and I'm just going over my head. Hang on. So reduce uses 4 different things.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, okay, so it would be I would do that. Watch this is reduce. Okay, so I needed to initialize to something. Wait, no, it's not. I think I need function somewhere. Function.
Okay, I think this should be easier for you. Let's say you have this example, const numbers is equal to 1357. Numbers map is equal, numbers map number arrow function number plus 3. So this is one map. And now try to achieve the same effect with numbers dot reduce. Because this way you have a concrete example and it's with simple numbers, you don't have to think about some
Right.
complex object data structure while learning a difficult concept.
Yes. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I want to see how I implemented math just using normal stuff earlier. 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's alright to cheat as long as you do it. Okay, so it's alright to cheat as long as you actually do it in the end.
okay. So I need to do something like this, right? New array. I don't know if I need prototype or not. Okay, whatever. Equals function. Function. Okay, we're gonna need
Uh,
a
You don't need to use the complex prototype stuff because that's not the point. You just use numbers, reduce, and then your code goes here.
Oh, so numbers. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It has to be as simple as possible. The only thing the point is that the only thing you practice is the actual reduce. How you would use it in everyday programming.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, numbers of reduce is gonna take. It's gonna be a function, but I don't know for sure. It's gonna take some parameter and then it's gonna execute some code. Step one.
That's good. That's a good step. Yeah. That's a good
Uh,
start.
um. Oh, and we also need to give it one of these because it needs to
Okay, so remember from map and filter, what kind of arguments do their anonymous functions take?
they take callbacks or like
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
but the
all the
callback.
functions.
By the way, the thing that you just wrote, that's a good step. I didn't know if you were going to figure out how to do it. Put back the comma and then
Oh,
the square brackets. That is correct. Yeah, that is correct because what this does is it initializes the result, and that's what you want. The result is going to be in the form of an array.
right.
Mhm. The function itself is the callback. Result and then comma and then comma and then comma. Those are the arguments you pass into the callback. Yeah. So if you remember from map and filter, the arguments that you pass in, yes, exactly, element
Okay.
and the others, but you're most likely only going to be needing the element.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So if you remove the result, it's rather similar to map and to filter in terms of the parameters you pass in. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The difference is you also have results.
Yeah. What's Alan saying? Not today. Not today. I don't know what you mean. Okay. Function result element. Ta-da. I need it to. So it's gonna be some kind of for loop.
And the reduce is already a for loop.
So I don't need to loop.
Yeah, this anonymous function is what's going to execute on each iteration. So reduce is under the covers, reduce is a for loop. What function does is you tell it what it should do on each loop iteration. So when I is equal to 0, it should do this. When I is equal to 1, it should do this again, but with indexes now 1, not 0. So this callback, what should it return?
It should return number plus three.
Okay,
Well, it should
good.
return a new array with numbers updated plus three. Right.
That's even better. And which is the new array?
Um, I don't have one. Okay.
It's the result.
Result. Oh yeah, of course, because we're gonna push into that.
Exactly.
So return.
So result is actually our new array. You can call it new array if that helps you. It doesn't have to be called result.
Okay. And we will leave the result because I need to know that anyway. Okay, result. We're gonna return that. So result dot push then. Um, element. Is it element? I don't know. Element plus three.
Okay, good. If it helps you, you can rename element to number. You should name stuff as well as you can. And well here means that it makes sense to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you should try to name your variables in a way that you just read the variable and you can kind of infer what it stands for.
All right. I'm gonna leave element because I'm gonna copy this code later.
Okay. And now you take the new array or the result and you add element plus 3. So far, so good. Now, the thing is that this function, this anonymous function, should also return something. What should that something be?
Should return the result.
Exactly. Why should it return the result?
It's because okay, we're initializing it and then we're pushing this into result. That's the new copy of this whatever we put in.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna return that. But where do I type the return? The return's gonna be somewhere here. Oh,
No, it's gonna be on line 127. You add a new line after that, and you put it there. It should be inside the function block. The return is return of the anonymous function.
right. Oh yeah.
But why do we need to return result?
Uh, well, I mean, because we're running the code to create. Because like previously, when there was no reduce, I was doing this right. I was creating this new variable, and then I was returning that. But now I'm
Yeah,
not doing that. I'm creating the variable in here like this, right?
yeah.
Which happens to be the first. Well, it is the result, and then I need to return it because otherwise it just stops.
Otherwise, you lose the result.
Right.
You lose
It
it. You
stops.
drop it.
Right. Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Oh, you return result, which is then going to be
Yeah, because what you return in the function return result, this is going to become the new result for the next time you call this function. And unless you return it, you're gonna return undefined. In the next iteration, you're gonna have undefined instead of the current state of the array.
oh right. Yeah, of course. So it'll be 0, and then the first iteration will be 4.
Yeah. So with return, you basically save your current progress.
Okay.
It's like playing a game. If you don't save and then suddenly you have a power outage, well,
Yeah. Okay.
you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Cool. So that's reduced. That's map. Let me just add note.
you can try to run it in the console. That's also another advantage of using simple examples. You can just take them, place them in the console, and it works. You don't have to copy hundreds of lines of code and wonder why it doesn't.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So behind the scenes, this is what reduces the in. So I need to give it two parameters now, then result and element. When I okay, yeah. So now we're doing the same thing for filter. Numbers that filter. Okay. Function, I think still going to be result and element.
Yeah, if you wonder how I would go about implementing reduce, this is probably what it's gonna look like. And this is without using prototype. I don't like using prototype.
Okay. Array call.
Yeah. So as you can see, result is passed as the last argument. On each iteration, result is updated. The update happens based on the return of the callback. So whatever you return from the callback, that's what's going to become the new result. And the new result is what's going to be passed in the next callback.
Okay. So what was this for? This is for.
That is reduce.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like this was maybe filter. So wait, where's the filter happening? Okay. Right. Reduce array
Yeah,
callback result. So you add result.
yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise, when you only use reduce, it may seem a bit arcane. But if you see like the function of how one could implement reduce, I think it makes it more approachable.
Okay. Nice. I kind of get it, but I feel like I'll have to sleep on it like tomorrow. My subconscious
Yeah.
brain processes it. Okay. It's making more and more sense. Okay.
Yes, it will. But until then, you should make some reduce reps
Yeah, yeah.
to build up your reduce muscles.
This muscle, yeah. All right, so let's implement the filter using reduce. Numbers to oh, not filter. Should be numbers to reduce. Function result element. Reduce. Needs a for, right? No, if. Needs an if. If.
So this is the filter you're aiming for because I didn't send it, and
Oh
now you
yeah.
have something to compare it with.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks. If number is greater than 4. All right. If it's gonna be element is greater than 4. Yeah, I think I can still do the push. If it's 4, then result dot push. Push the. I think I need to initialize it too.
Nice.
Is that it? Okay.
Remember that you need to initialize it.
Yeah, so it's good. Let's try it. Wait, I might be missing something still. Okay, let's do something else. Um, push is undefined. So
Yes. So I think it's going to be tricky, and that's not the point. Basically,
okay.
on line
Sorry. 2
138, you
seconds.
have
Sorry, man. 2 seconds. Alpacha, what is? Dude, that's the first time I've got bits. What's a bit? And cheering. Thank you, man. I don't know what that is, but appreciate it. Sorry, man. Sorry, but
oh,
yeah.
no problem.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So on 138, you had syntax error. You put the comma and the square brackets after the parentheses, which made it to be after the reduces code.
Right.
So it means you're initializing with undefined. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not gonna solve it completely, but it's gonna fix at least the syntax error.
Okay. Um,
When you refreshed, you missed the numbers definition.
okay. Everything's 1357.
Yeah.
Get rid of that. What am I missing? Does it need a thing at the end? Still doesn't like
Yeah.
push. Okay, it doesn't like push because. Why is it not like push? If push, if element is greater than 4, then result dot push. Push the. I feel like this is similar to what we did earlier. Does it need one of the squiggly brackets thing? Not squiggly.
No,
I don't think
the
so.
problem is inside the block of the function. You're forgetting to do something.
Oh god, no. Oh, I'm not returning back.
Exactly.
It's lost. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that now should work. Oh, where's it gone? Change to 6. All right.
So you're still receiving undefined. Where could the undefined come from?
Um, it says can't read property of push of undefined.
Yes. The thing is, if at any point you get undefined, you're going to continue getting undefined. So that push is not an indicator where the undefined was received. It's an indicator of where you first tried to do something with the undefined that you already had.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the previous time, just now when you had undefined, you realized that you need to return something.
Yeah,
Why?
because I wasn't. It was lost. I wasn't returning anything.
So you're still losing something, which means that the problem is still with the return, is it not?
Yes. Okay. What's the problem? All right. Um. So here's the function
And
thing.
you
Yeah.
and you are returning on line 139, but apparently the program doesn't think that you're always returning.
So it doesn't think. Oh, it needs to go through the if and then return. It needs to go through the loops and then return. I think
Yes.
that's it. Oh wow. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I wanted you to try to figure it out and then help you along the way because
Yeah.
it's really important. With this exercise, you both get a better grasp at blocks, how blocks work, as well as how reduce works. Because I think each time you try to write reduce, you get better and better at this. Like the first time I just showed you, the second
Yeah.
when I was showing you my examples, the second time you half did it, and this time you almost did it all by yourself.
Right. Okay. So now let's see if we can do. Okay. I need to add this to the notes. Reduce. Okay, that is all maps. Um, all right, so I think we can get rid of these for now
Okay.
and try and solve the problem. So it needs me to use reduce to do two things: filter the nodal movies and find the average. Right, that's what it needs me to do.
Yeah, so I think you had the filter all right. So I can uncomment it and continue from where you left off. It's on line 121.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Let
Yeah.
variable is watch list dot filter movie director is okay. Yeah, so that I think that one's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So the second thing, um, their ratings. I'm gonna go total ratings maybe. Total ratings equals yeah. This is where I was stuck. So
Yeah. Enter in a couple of new lines and you can comment your out code because you don't need map for this. So after ledge total ratings is equal to watchlist dot, and then enter a couple of lines, and the map from the from the map and onwards you can comment it out and use watchlist dot reduce.
Right. Okay. Reduce.
Yeah. So what is what do you want to store in the total ratings?
I want to store the sum of all the ratings.
Okay.
Well, I want to do it in steps, right? So add all the total, and then the next step will probably be divide. But I could probably do that in, in one hit. Whatever. We go average.
Okay. So okay.
Okay. So reduce is going to take. It takes two things, kind of. Where's implementation?
Yeah, it's complaining because you already have LED rating and now you have LED rating again. So the second time you use it, you don't need to use LED
Oh, it's already there. Okay.
in the second time. And 123.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so you're reducing and you want to the result of the watch list, you want it to be a number. Is that correct?
Do I want it to be a number? Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, then what would be the initial value of the result?
It'll be zero. It'll be it'll be zero. Yeah.
Good.
So let's
Yeah.
say.
You don't have to write everything at once. You can start from the things that you find easiest and the most straightforward, and then build it up from there. So you can at some point write a comment, write the zero that you just said.
Oh yeah, zero here. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, it's doing some stuff. Okay. Um, I don't know. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something. All right. So initialize the zero. Oh, I need to do a return zero for sure. Not, I mean, return result at some point. Uh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
What we're doing here, we are. I needed to find the ratings.
Okay. Okay. The ratings of what?
The ratings where the movie. I
Movie.
mean,
Okay.
I've already filtered it, so I need to find the ratings from this, right? So
Okay. That's a good point. So how would you reduce? How would you link reduce with Chris Nolan movies variable?
okay. Oh, I think that's where I need a new variable. Yeah, that's what you
You
do.
already have the variable. It's Chris Nolan movies.
Okay, reduce. It's going to be the IMDb stuff. So that's
Yeah.
going to
You
go
can
in there
remove.
somewhere.
You can remove the current line that you are on because it's confusing you.
Delete.
What you need to do is you need to replace a 123 watch list to Chris Nolan movies. You don't want to reduce watch list, you want to reduce
Oh
Chris
yeah,
Nolan movies.
of course. I just said that
Yeah,
out loud too. All right, yeah. Chris Nolan.
yeah. Good. So now we have filtered all the Chris Nolan movies from all the movies. Good so far. Then you take that array of filtered movies and then you start reducing it. So you take an array and then you iterate over each element of that array, each movie in this case. You do some processing and you store it in result, in intermediate result values.
Right.
Good, good. You figured out that you need the element also.
Yeah. Right. So result element, and then it will be element. Well, result. Come on. Result plus equals.
Okay. That's the other way around. You've written equals
Oh.
plus.
Oh. Right. Right.
You need to write plus equals.
I said plus equals out loud, but I did equals plus when I typed
Yeah,
it.
that's why I'm saying it. If otherwise, I would have let you struggle.
Okay, result element result equals result
But
plus element.
mhm,
So the initial result is 0. So 0 plus the element. What's the element? Element.
that's a really good question. What's the element?
What is the element? Chris Nolan movies. Right. So in this example here, the element would be that thing to that thing. I think we need to go deeper. Like IMDb something here somehow. Oh,
Okay,
I know I need to target that somehow, but I don't know how yet. Hang on.
nice. Now there is one thing that I'm gonna tell you about because this exercise is already complicated enough. You also need to
Oh,
parse float. So plus equals parse float, the thing you just wrote. Parse float parentheses, and in parentheses, the thing you just wrote. Yes. Float is, yeah, with an A. Yeah. Good. And now you can, I don't know where this is coming from, but maybe at some place you can console log the average rating to see what you got. It should be the correct one, I think, from what I can see. I mean, at the end, after what it's like 128 line or line 129, after it has evaluated. And now you can go, oh, okay, so 34.7. I think that is the correct one.
oh, nice. Oh, I need to average it. Um,
Yes, you need to average it now. Oh, here from 133, you have Chris Nolan movies. That's where you have that large blob of
oh,
text
right.
appearing in the console.
Gotcha. I don't need that. I need. That's what I want. Return result. No, I'm not going to do that result. So whatever that
Oh, I
is.
see. So you started writing you started already averaging, but you said you want to reduce and uh, to return the total and then averaging it somewhere else, right?
Yes, and then, and then I changed my mind. And then I changed my mind because then I changed total to average rate in here. I
Yeah,
mean,
I think that's what confused you. I think you could call it like, let's say, total rating, and then at a later point, create a new variable average rating and then divide it there.
C is not defined. What's C? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of this for now.
Interesting observation. This might work because if you have like, let's say, a plus b plus c divided by total, then it's the same as a divided by total plus b divided by total plus c divided by total, which means that what you were writing was also mathematically correct.
But it didn't work.
It says c is not defined.
C is not. What's C?
Uh,
Oh, I got C here. Why have I got C there? Hey, but it's returning it twice. What?
Bam! That's the correct result.
Um, take some rest. Almost 5 hours. Yeah, man, it's weird. Like I don't take breaks. Go in. That's another thing. But I feel okay.
Yeah,
Why is it returning twice? What have I done wrong?
you console log
Oh,
it twice probably. Ah, it also console logs it at the end.
okay. Let's get rid of that. They're doing it for me. There we go. Oh man, this is. Man, I have no idea if I could do this without without you being able to help me out. But okay.
Yeah, no worries. I can already feel you starting to understand it more and more. As I said, each time you write a reduce, you do more of it by yourself. In this case, for example, you figured out that you needed to return the result. You figured out that you needed to initialize with a zero.
Yeah.
Interestingly, you also figured out that you can divide by the length. That I didn't realize until I saw you write it. I solved it by dividing it separately, and Yeah, I think you did a lot of it by yourself.
Yeah,
That said, it's almost 5 hours since you started coding, so it's normal if you struggle a little bit at first, especially with a difficult concept like this.
yeah. The difference today though is normally when I do 5 hour stints, it's after I've already worked 10 hours in my regular job, and then I come and do 5 hours and I'm dead. This was 5 hours since I woke up, like so I'm still fresh. But okay,
Okay, good. But yeah, as you experienced today from yesterday, when you sleep on it, tomorrow you understand all the
definitely,
filters and this and that better.
definitely.
By the way, if you like, I can show you one more function. It's called array for each.
Yeah, definitely.
It works exactly like array map, but it doesn't return anything.
Okay. What's the
So once again, it takes a function, anonymous function, which takes parameters element index array. The only difference is array.map returns an array. Array for each doesn't return anything.
doesn't do anything? So it just goes.
Doesn't return anything. It just goes over each element, does some computation, but doesn't return anything.
So
If you wanted to return anything, you use one of the other ones.
oh, okay.
So for example, let's say what would be a use case for this? Let's say you have an array and you want to console log each item. You don't want to map it because if you map it, you're gonna get an array of undefined, 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 undefined.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you use for each, you just get one undefined and you get the console logs again. So you can do it. You can do for each number for each, and then uh, you pass in element and then the arrow function and then console log element.
So numbers for each.
So let's say number and then arrow function, the equals greater sign, and then console log number.
Wait. Numbers. Arrow function is done with. Okay. Numbers the argument I put in, and I want you to console log.
The current one, yeah? I don't need this. You can just use. Okay, you can do however.
Wait. What's the other way? Arrow question
Yeah,
mark.
you can do it either way. It's just shorter.
What's it telling me? Callback function. This arg.
The question marks it means that this the second argument of the for each is optional, but what you're writing now is the body of the first argument, which is the arrow function. You're in callback fn.
Right. Okay.
So you just write console.log and then passing number as an argument,
All right.
and then
Yeah.
closing parenthesis to closing the for each function. One extra closing parenthesis before the semicolon. Yeah, before the semicolon. Yeah, exactly. And now if you press enter,
Okay.
you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the last undefined, that's the return result of numbers for each. Now if you click the up arrow on your keyboard, you get the last thing you enter it in the console,
Yep.
and replace for each with map. And you see that you get replace for each with map, and you see that you have exactly the same result, except the return is array of undefined, 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 undefined,
Yeah.
which is unnecessary. And that's the only difference. Like for each and map, they work exactly the same way, except both of them do some computation, except map returns an array of that computation, and for each just does the computation, it doesn't return anything.
Okay. So if I had actually no, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Interesting. But either way, I'm not having to do like for I equals this, loop through that. Like both of that's been taken care of. Is there still cases you still manually type in like I equals that, I is less than this, I plus plus? Because this is
No. Okay, so what happens is that if now that you've seen all these functions, for each map filter and the big boss of them all, the reduce.
Yeah,
You can basically program like almost everything without for loops. There is there is only one particular use case for for loops
yeah,
that you can still use. Other than that, in coding, like I've coded for 6 weeks now, JavaScript
yeah.
almost entirely in JavaScript, and I haven't used loops except for that particular use case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, awesome. I think we got intermediate algorithm coming up next, so I'll try. I'll see if I can do it without using for loops. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any questions, by the way?
No, man, this has been super helpful. So
Okay. Oh,
thanks.
you're welcome. I'll stick around. See ya.
All right, sit a bit. All right, let's move on. Wow. Okay, that was good. So, all right, what do we have? F society. Yeah, that's what that was an intervention, right? So if I struggle, like I'm fortunate, um, and what's the other word? Another word for fortunate. I have people like Bert, Sudoku, and mainly Bert today and yesterday, but I have Sudoku jump on too, who will jump on a call and sort of walk me through my mistakes. Um, but I don't think you're in the chat right now, so I don't know who I'm talking to. I think, oh no, you're still there. And Lord Apache. What is that? The cheers, by the way, cheer 100. Does anyone know? Cheered 100 bits. Okay. Do I have all my notes here? So boom, boom. Um, create filter using reduce. Uh, but these, by the way, these map filter for each reduce are often used in JavaScript, but they're not really used in C, C++, Java, Python. So there are a lot of programs don't really use them in their career. But in JavaScript, lots of people use them. This is good to know about them. Interesting. But the rest of the languages, they've got their own versions of it, or just don't. It's different. The language just works differently. All right, create filter using reduce. They just use loops. Oh wow, they just keep going to for I equals 0 all the time. That doesn't sound exciting. I can't wait to not. I can't wait to stop using for loops because I always miss the let I equal something. So hey, with this, that's one less thing to worry about. Okay. All right, sweet. So what do we have here? Oh, that's the old one. Cool. Hey, 63%. How long you plan to stick around? Because it's like 7:41 for me. That means it must be 8 something for you. And you, you haven't slept. Uh I had a 4 hour sleep before I streamed, so I'm feeling okay for now. Let's see. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine more to go. I think I could tackle one or two more. Okay. Now that you've worked through a few challenges using higher order functions like map filter reduce, now you get to apply them to solve more. Hey, look at that. Now that there's complex challenges, we have defined a function square list. hmm So it needs me to square the numbers passed to it, right? You need to complete the code for square list function using any combination of map, filter, reduce so that it returns a new array containing only the square. I have an assignment to submit by Monday, so I'm procrastinating all the way. I haven't even started it. Oh man, that was me when I was at uni all day long. I I uh, I had like 6 weeks to do a. I don't know if I have it here. Yeah, I've got it here. Not my assignment, but something I'll show you. So I was doing my assignment, and yeah, I had like 6 weeks or even more to do it. I didn't do anything. I spent all my time trying to learn how to solve a Rubik's cube, like instead of doing it. And then like I was like, I got time, I got time. And the night before, I bought 6 Red Bulls, and even on the night before, when I went to start it, I procrastinated and I waited until I have like 7 hours left. Um, and then like finished it, printed it off, and I had to run to meet the deadline was midday. Yeah, 12 p.m. And then I literally handed it like 2 minutes before deadline. Literally had to print, and then the printer had problems, so like, that's why I had to run at the end. Oh man, that's a fun experience. Yeah, it's not something to be proud of. All right, let's see if we can do this. So I can use either map, filter, or reduce so that it returns a new array containing only the square of only positive integers. Decimal numbers are not integers. So it needs to ignore these. Huh. How do I know if it's So it has to be an int, right? It's int, I think. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's just make a note. Return. So you submitted 1 minute earlier. Yep. Should have done it right when it hit zero, like a buzzer beater. Okay. Return an array with square of integers. It should only square the positive integers. All right, see if we can figure this out. Square list. What's it doing here? Square list. Oh, that's the array that we pass in. Okay. Yeah, of course. Okay. So this is an anonymous function. I'm gonna type it as so I can see it. We have function that takes an array. Yeah. So we gotta do. I'm gonna try and see if I can do it using reduce, right? Array to reduce. Number dot is integer to check if it's a whole number. Nice. Whole number. Okay. All right. Okay. It's ARR. I'm gonna reduce the array that's passed into it. Okay. It's gonna be an array. Does it want an array? Yeah. It's gonna be an array. So I'm gonna do this straight away so I don't forget. Right. Something happens in between. Function takes result. I like using element. It makes me need an if condition. Spurious, what's going on? I think you're misunderstanding what reduce does. It returns a single value. The value could be an array, right? Yeah, because I will push it into the result, new result, and return result. Yeah. Function result element if let's make it bigger. You are good for now. All right. Yeah, I think we can make it work. Let's see. So if here's what we need to check. If element, it would be an element because it's just an array. It's not an object. So if element, you say what? Integer is integer. Actually, let's test that out. I don't know how that works. Let numbers. All right, do that. Numbers dot is okay. So it looks like we're gonna have to go numbers 3. No. Capital N. Oh, that's an actual thing. And then I pass in the thing within in here, right? Number. Oh, I missed the dot. Numbers dot. Oh, it's numbers. Oh, come on, man. Oh, misspelled. It's integer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That doesn't work though. No, oh, it's numbers. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't help me at all. Let's do that again. Numbers. Let's say 2 point. It doesn't like decimal places, right? So if I did that, So 0, 1 is a decimal place is false. So if that is if number dot is integer, okay, I needed to say, so if this returns true, then I need you to square the number, right? That's what I need to. How do you square a number? You just times it by itself. Return, I don't know, result equals element times element. No, it needs to go somewhere. Hang on. What does this test? Or do I need to go if? Right, so it's either going to give me true or false. If it's true, then it means it's a whole number. So in this case, 5 and 3. What about the negative numbers? Only positive numbers too. All right. Maybe if element is greater than 0, that means it's positive, and number dot is integer is true. Result equals that. Yeah, result equals that. So once it goes through all of that, I need to push it into. No, it's not. That's not true because result is the end array. That is not true. Alright, maybe I create a variable. Maybe. Let squares. Let squares equals. How do I initialize it? Should be a number, right? Is. I have no idea if I need to do that or not. No, I don't think so. Okay, we've initialized the result into an empty array. I need to push it into the array. How do I push it into the array? I just type in push. Okay, look at that. Look at that. It's pushing it, but it is not doing the calculation we want. So it's returning an array, which is great. But it is not doing reduce returns in the array. Oh, so I don't need. Reduce does not modify in place. Reduce returns in the array. what you wrote was the correct solution. Then why is it not working? But you drop it. Oh, hang on. Return error. Sorry. Oh, I'm returning ARR, of course. Of course. Function reduce ARR dot something. So taking the function ARR and then run this. Do I need to assign this to a variable? No, it's running the function. No, return square list. No, it's not. Square list is a function. Hang on, what am I returning? Return. Yeah, assign to variable. Okay. Let squares. I may have used squares already. Does it SQUARES? Hey, look at that! Oh my god, nice, 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 nice. Man, okay, like, yo, that's sick. Dude, like honestly, I would not have been able to do that if I was literally going through your explanations in my head. I was like, okay, yeah, I was looking at this. Yeah. Man, I don't think I'm going to use map or filter. I can just use reduce all day long. Yeah. Right? I can just reduce. You can use reduce all day long because it's more. It's like the super loop, kind of. Yeah, like you can do anything. I just need to remember to initialize it. You had so many options messed it up with it and you solved it completely. The only problem you had was not even the reduce, but a matter of variable assignment. Right. Yeah, let's quiz. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky for sure. Like, what's funny is in their explanation of reduce, they never told me about result. They didn't tell me I had to initialize it, although I did see. Let's run this code. All right, let's pass this, and then we'll go back twice. All right. So we can see they initialized it, but they don't mention that anywhere. It's like, okay, figure it out yourself. It's funny. All right. All right, what we got next? Oh wow, we're gonna have to do some kind of sorting now. Sort an array alphabetically using the sort method. Ah, this is easy. We used. Yeah, okay. Ascending order passes in an array. Return array.sort. Function AB. Return AB. Reverse. Okay. Let's make a note here. Oh, whoa. Actually, I want to go back to the point Spurious made. I think I missed another return reduce does it returns a single value. What does that mean? Returns a single value. It reduces it to a single thing. Right. Okay. Yeah. But but a single thing could be an array. What else could it be? the single thing. Could it be an object? Oh wait, okay. Right, so he is right in that it is a one thing, but the one thing can be any. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did reduce to an object earlier, where it was Christopher Nolan. No, it wasn't. We were doing the right because you could do a yeah because you could do a reduce for a map, right, like that, and the map could then have like multiple things in an object that you could have. Yeah. This is making more and more sense by the minute, man. This is making more and more sense by the minute. You can reduce to a boolean true or false. Nice. All right, we have 5 hours and 18 minutes, and I'm not tired. I'm just hungry. Yeah, I see you in the chat. All right, what are we doing here? We're doing a sorting algorithm. JavaScript's default sorting method is by string Unicode point value, which may return unexpected results. Therefore, it is encouraged to provide a callback function to specify how to sort the array items. When such a callback function, normally called compare function, is supplied, the array elements are sorted according to return value compare function. If compare function AB returns a value less than 0 for two elements A and B, then A will come before B. It returns a value less than 0 for two elements. How does that work? So if you had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you compared 1 and 2, 1 minus 2 is obviously minus 1, 2 minus 3. I mean, in that order, it's already sorted. So 5, 3, 1. 4 minus 2 is 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. 1 minus 5. if compare v returns a value less than 0 for two elements, because it's just an a minus b, no? Returns less than 0, meaning minus 4. Then b will come before a. This is true, yes. So 5 comes before a. How? Doesn't make no sense. Oh, it's A before B. I'm reading that wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. So 1 comes before 5, yep. And then if it's the other way around, yeah, okay. Yeah, it will remain unchanged. Does this keep going then? Like it does. So the first pass, right? 1 comes before 5. I feel like it does. It compares 4 and 2, 2 and 1, 1 and 5. Makes some changes and feels like it goes through again until everything is greater than 0, and then it stops. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't think I need to know that. Whatever. Use the sort method in the alphabetical order. ARR the sort. Sort the elements of ARR in alphabetical order. Return ARR the sort. Ah, wait, is that all? No. I think he wants to do this compare function thing. Return ARR the. Oh, I'm missing those two. So why is it giving me this function AB all this crap? No, it's not what we're trying to forget to return. Right. Alright, let's copy this for now. Redeemed highlight my message. What does that mean? Good morning. You up already? I'd love to. You are really something special. See, the bot knows. See, the bot knows how to share feelings. There you go. Um, what is that? When it says redeemed, highlight my message. 100 some square thing. Someone redeemed that or something? I have no idea. Oh, you did? I have no idea. Okay, here's how to sort in reverse. Reverse ascending order. Alright, if A is less than 0, return 1. If A is equal to B, return 0. If A is greater than B, damn, that looks like some complicated stuff. If A is less than B, I meant. Hey, what's up, Nick? How you doing, man? How you doing? I haven't been on his stream in a while. How's it going? Degan coding hours, I see. Degen coding hours. What does that mean, Degen? Late night, you mean? If A is less than B, I meant. Okay. A is less than B. Oh, that one. Man, I'm so bad with like modern learning. What does that mean, Degen? Degenerate? I have no idea. I think I'm missing. I think I'm missing something there. But okay, submit. Hmm. All right. right. So what are we doing here? Function program return a sorted array without changing the original array. Hang on, touch long enough and pick up the zoom out Twitch lag. All right. I heard about, I learned about Pogu thing like a couple days ago. Someone in Twitch was like, "You don't have a Pogu thing," and then I was like, "I have no idea what that means." And yeah, Nico was just like, "Give me the power." So I made him an admin, and he went ahead and added some Pogu comment on it or something. Poggers, yeah, yeah. And I had no idea what that was. I didn't know what it was. He kept typing Pogu. I'm like, what is that? And I was, I have no idea. And he said, give me the admin, I'll add it. And he added some third party. I don't know what he added. And how it works. That's funny. But what does dgen mean? BTTV, man, what is it? Okay. I also can't see it because I use the app. I can only see it in the browser, I think. So I go to, I don't even know, create a dashboard. I don't think it's gonna load because it was, yeah, it's not gonna show the historical stuff. Usually after say 2 a.m. become degenerate hours. Right, gotcha. I actually, I actually always post in that time. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. for me because I'm in the UK. Because anyone who's on Twitch after bedtime, oh man, that's me all day long. It's not fun. Profanity doesn't allow profanity in the chat. That's interesting. Yeah, man, my sleep schedule is all messed up because I work. It's a weekend, but like normally I work and then I work like weird hours. I work from like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. like my time, which is because I work for an American company. An American company obviously work EST 9 to 5 EST. That happens to be 12 to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. my time. Grab food and then and then I learn the code afterwards, which happens to run into 4 a.m. every morning. DJing all day long. All right, what are we doing here? Return a sorted array without changing the original. Without changing the original array. Um, hey, I know how to do that. Does it want me to use any of the concatenate an empty array into one being sorted? Remember slice concur. Yeah. I don't know if I can do that. Return arr dot slice dot sort maybe. Sort and then slice. There's no a function. Amazing. You can solve it however you want. It must return a copy of the array. The original must be left untouched. Right. So I could. I mean, there's got to be a way I can combine all three, but okay, I'll look at that in a second. The first thing I was thinking of was I'm close with that. It was almost perfect. Man, what am I missing? Turn error sort slice. is not a function. Oh, slice needs the thing, right? So 0. Start from 0 until the end. No. What is what is ARR the sort? Okay. Alright. What is ARR the sort? Wait. Sorting. Oh, do I need one more of these? Is that it? I mean, it's not returning in the console though. Global variable should not change. Alright. For slice would take care of that. It wouldn't change it. Whatever. So let new array equals still changing that. Oh, it's because I'm changing that. Oh. Slice first. Oh yeah, okay. Right. Nice. Slice comes first. So why did we change the order again? So you go 5329, copied it, sort it, and then return it. Yeah. Otherwise, saw the original. Oh, of course. Yeah. All right, let's see. I think we need a quick break, man. Ready? 3, 2, 1, drop. Anyone want to play? Just type in exclamation drop. Hey. Oh man, we both lost. I think you're about to land very close. Oh man, that's cutting is really close. Oh, just missed it. Barely. Oh wow, that was close. Damn. Pepe hands. All right. Red, blue, green, yellow. Ooh, let's go with yellow this time. I keep dying every single time, man. Ah, snipped. Boom. Drop. I think there's a 90-second delay in when we can start again. I should probably change it to n monoliths, and you gotta type in hashtag bomb first, and then you get to play the game. No hashtag, sorry, exclamation bomb. Let's drop again. There you go. Nah, it's too fast. Ooh, maybe. Maybe. I'm close. Oh. Yes, it's gonna let. Nope. No. Dude, this game's rigged. It's rigged AF. Come on, man. All right, where we at? Where we at? Splitify. Split a string into an array using the split method. Split string into an array. What is that? Is that the regex thing? Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. D. What was D? D was numbers. 0 to 9. Nice. All right. Use a split method inside the splitify function to split string. Return string dot split into an array of words. Hey, there's a comma too. How do I don't know. Let's see. Split. Yeah, that's gonna make this whole thing into one big stuff. I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, I needed to be able to tell the difference between world and I am. Look up regex.w. What was W? Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Matches any non-word character, which equals. Oh, what was the M flag? Multi-line. Okay. Yeah, we could just do that then. Regex needs backticks. I think. Club Spinach. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the follow. Hello, hello. How's it going? So the plus is not even needed. What's going on, Club Spinach? Backticks. I also wanna. How do I add the global flag to it? Oh, I need the regex thing here. It's not backticks. It's the global something. 79%. Hello, are you a web dev? Not yet. On my way to be. All right, here's what I'm doing, right? So I'm learning to code. I started learning to code properly about 2 months ago, and I'm going through the free code camp curriculum, right? So on the stream, I'm streaming everything, like everything, my entire learning process. So the notes is available in the description. So at the end of it, I'm hoping to either well, main plan is 80% of the plan is to start my own startup. If it not, then use the skill to become and get a job. But I really want to start my own company. So going through free code camp curriculum again started off in September. So it's been about 2 months, almost 2 months. Um, this is day number 17, I think, of JavaScript. Yeah, 17th day of learning JavaScript. So going through the JS free stuff, gonna go through that. We may start tackling some of this stuff. So this has got some cool challenges. I don't know if I'll be able to. We might leave it for like once I get more experience. But there's a bunch of cool things you can do, like just things to solve problems to solve. One of them being I don't know Roman numerals. Like write a function Arabic that converts Roman number up to 1,000 into Arabic. Yeah, stuff like that. I don't know if I can do that, but that's on the thing list to do. In the background, I'm reading that, and then once I have the basics done, we're then going to go in and build out each of these projects. This is 30 days. Apparently, you can build a project a day, but I don't know if I can do that. We'll see. But I'm going to stream everything. We'll build every single one of these out. So that should give us the foundational to be, I don't know, competent enough in JavaScript, and then we can sort of play, compete with each other in lead code or something like that. And then all the donations I make, at least the first 100 for sure, I'm gonna donate at the free code camp. I think right now I'm on like, so someone cheered me earlier, so I don't know what that means. But let's see. Insights, channel analytics. Hey, I'm on $10 now. Awesome. So this, yeah, I hit affiliate I think last week. So once it gets to 100, the first 100, we're gonna donate the entire thing to Free Code Camp because I'm using them to learn. That's the plan. How do I make money? I work full time. I work. I work in a SaaS company, and that's how I make my living. Yeah. So code. Uh, yeah, work full time, and then after hours, I'm learning to code. And the plan is to stream every single day, and I've been consistent. I think I've been consistent enough in the last So November, I missed 2 days. One day, I think there was something going on. The second day, I was just too tired, sleep deprived, and just went to sleep. But other than that, I've been streaming pretty much every single day. So we'll see if we can keep the streak continue. So you work in any department? Like, no, I actually work in the engineering department. It's like a QA role, but not the traditional QA role. So QA, you'll be sort of testing code and making sure there's no. So my role is basically after the code has gone out, testing for bugs after the fact. Um, yeah, checking for bugs and then sort of writing them up, get in front of the developers, get it patched up. So it's more like testing. I don't know what you would call it, but yeah, that's the role. Take Keyma, what's going on? Thanks for the follow. But yeah, that's what we do in the stream. Let's hang out. If you're learning to code, then we can learn to code together. You'll also see the 000 on the screen top right. So when I'm going through a challenge, there's a 20-minute timer, and if I can't solve within 20 minutes, then fortunately, I've got some pros in the chat. So we jump on a Discord channel. It's called live stream, and then like he'll literally jump on the call, and then like share his screen and show me what I'm doing wrong, and then what I'm gonna do. Damn, that's brazen flex of $10 revenue. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, all of that's gonna go to the thingy there. So we're gonna donate that. I should write it somewhere. I need someone to do some graphic design. So it says like, hey, donation is gonna go to them. It's funny. Yeah, man, $10, I'm rich. All right. I think this is done. This is done. 70%. Like, how far along are we? I feel like it's gonna get complicated soon. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe finish this 5 and then call it a stream and then come back later on today. It'll be later on today for me because it's 8 a.m. already. So later tonight we can start doing that. Let's see. Let's see if we can get this done. The join method is used to join elements of an array together to create a string. It takes an argument for the delimiter. I don't know. Okay. That is used to separate. Okay. str join is not a function. For example, I like that would become with ourselves. So it's gonna take that as the thing. I feel like I'm doing the same mistake I did earlier. What did I miss earlier? Array join is a function, not string.join. Array.join. Oh. So I need to. Okay. String. I need to split it into an array then. Wait, what am I doing? Combine. To make the sentences from the words in the string. Functions return. So, for example, I like Star Wars would be converted to I like Star Wars. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to split it into an array first. Okay, let's see. Split our normal characters, right? Yeah. Let that character rejects her. Yeah. And then maybe I should have done. Okay. I don't know if I could do it in one hit or not. Let's see. Okay, that works. And then array dot join. Hey, that works. Okay. Return arr.join. Yeah, can I return? I don't think I need to create another. Alright, man. Glad I could catch you live. Thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your night. And the rest of the of this section should be easy. All right, awesome. Kamutz, what's going on? Thanks for the follow. Um, okay. Did Nick raid me? Was that what it is? Oh no, I think he just called me. I don't know if he's still here, but I don't know if all these followers are your followers, man. In the last few, like we had Takima, Club Spinners, Kamutz, like one after the other. I feel like they might have come from you. You should split exactly in the same way as in the previous exercise, not just dashes, but any non-alphanumeric, like with the W. Oh, I need the backslash. Okay, why that instead of the dash? Because may the force be. Oh, because it wouldn't pass if he had these. This dot force dot strong. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Functional programming. Apply functional programming to convert strings to URL slugs. What? The last several challenges covered a number of useful array and string methods that follow functional programming principles. We've also done by reduce, which is a powerful method. This one is trickier. String to lowercase replaces each capital letter with a small letter. All right. Let's combine what we learned to solve a practical problem. Many CMS have titles post. For example, if you write a medium post title, stop with yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Why you new use Marie Bakak? What's going on, man? Where am I from? I'm from the UK. What's going on? Once again, you split on non-alphanumeric. Okay. I don't actually know what's doing. Fill in the URL slug function. So it converts the string title and returns the hyphenated version for the URL. So you can use any of the methods. So if you type in that, it's going to give me that. The input is a string with spaces and title case words. The output is strings with spaces between words replaced by that. The output should be all lowercase letters, and I should not have any spaces. All right. So first thing we need to do, like you said, is turn it into lowercase. So title dot. I don't know if I'm going to need a variable. Let's see. Title dot to lowercase. Replace and to lowercase. Replace. I don't think they taught me replace yet. Replace method JavaScript. So it replaces Microsoft with W3 Schools. Okay. I can just can I replace? All right. What am I replacing? space. Replacing the space with a hyphen. Blank space. Yes. Okay. Whoa. Oh, look at that. It only replaced one, hey? It's better to use split. It's better to use split. Split. Okay, now let's try it. So split it using the spaces. I don't know. Let new title equals. Maybe I can just go in the one here again. Return. Nah, let's do that. Let's. Okay, okay. Split it and then join it again using the dot. Yeah, let's do that. Kamut. Hey, I need to go to sleep. I'm from Brazil and I need to wake up and go vote. Awesome, man. Good luck with the vote. Good stream. See you soon. Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you later. Split on non-alphanumeric. Ah, yes, yes, yes. So we're gonna need some rejects. I forget how join works now. Okay. Dude, how does join work? Do I need? Oh, join only works in an array, right? Not on a string. You know the quotes. That was. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yep. 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 Why is it not liking the rejects? Backticks, right? I need. You inverted the slashes. Oh, I did it the wrong way around. Oh yeah, yeah. It's this way. I don't need backticks. Maybe join does need to quit. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Join is missing code. Reject starts with a thing. Yeah, I keep confusing those like the other way around. Awesome, that works. Okay, so that one works. We don't need that. Return when it says come in. Look at that. It says it's doing all the spaces with that. So I needed to basically not add anything at the start. Something in the beginning, something. Should copy one that passes this. Now you get to the tricky part. Yes, okay. I think I can make the rejects do something. I don't think the rejects is the problem. The problem is when it's joining it. It's I don't know actually. Let's see. Let's see what it does. So if I said let string equals space, winter is coming, right? And then I go string dot return string dot split. Is that what I have? String dot. Oh no, we're doing this. Right? Illegal. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, so I needed to ignore the first. All right, and it's gonna be I need to ignore the first space, right? Space. White space. There's one for white space. So I'm pretty sure there was space. Oh, S. S. Okay. See. So starting the string. I have no idea. Let's see. Start of string. Not S. Nope. Okay. Not only the first, those empty strings can appear anywhere. Yes. Pro tip: don't touch rejects. All right, how are we gonna solve that? Right, because if there's a double space here, for example, it needs to be able to ignore that too. Oh, there's like a space at the end. All right, how do we make it do that? Oh, something like this, huh? 3, 5. Yeah, something like that. It's easier to do multiple simple things than do one complicated thing. You mean like don't even do this using regex, try something else? Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see. Alright, we got the lowercase stuff. Let's just split it with yeah, it's just gonna have a space. Right. And that's gonna give me I don't know. So I was thinking of doing some kind of loop going through it. And if it needs to look for double spaces, one after the other, and also needs to look for spaces before and start and at the end of the string. Sounds good. And right, spaces. What spaces? Oh, and it's right after I split it. Yeah. Okay. Empty string. You filter them, right? You filter them. Filter them. That is not an empty string. Oh, maybe we can use that. Filter. Okay. Let's put this in a let new title equals that. We can even split it. Cool. Let's split it. Okay. I just want to test it out, see what it's doing. Or I can do it here. Console the log. Okay, so we got winter is coming. Let's put a space in here. All right, so that's the problem. New title dot filter. Okay. Writing each method on a new line is more readable. Like that. Oh, I could have just gone. Yeah, and a small indentation. Is that what you mean? Okay. Oh, they should have the same. Okay. All right. So we are. Whatever. I know what's going to happen here. So dot filter. Let's go back to filter. Function. Oh, that's a reduce. We could use reduce again, but Playboy Josty. Hey, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in forever. How's it going? What's going on? If you have a DAR after split which causes this error, filter is sufficient. Oh, right. Yes, yeah. Okay. Man. Did I not? Looks like I didn't take notes on the filters, huh? So I got a map. I didn't actually take notes on filter, but it's still the same thing though, right? It takes a. It's basically similar to thingy, but with a condition. Filter. I'm gonna type it like that. If the element, maybe this is not equal to. We're gonna need a variable to assign it to. I thought we probably need to push it. Callback returns true if element is to be kept, otherwise return false. Okay. Yes, if the element equals that, then do nothing. Wait, what's the filter thing? Okay, I'm getting tripped up on filter now. Alright, how did we create filter using push? I might reduce, man. I find reduce. For some reason, I find reduce to be easier than filter. Global object array filter. Playboy, what did you say? You said that's why I've been in quarantine over a week. Oh, you been in the hospital? Damn. And you got your results back as a negative. Awesome, man. Glad you're feeling better. Okay, words, results. Yeah, what's the results? Word, what did Alright, let's get rid of all of that. Forget reduce, dot filter, argument filter. Yeah, if word equals an empty string, that's the condition. Filter it, then filter it. Oh, fiddler, filter. And then join. What am I missing? Okay, split it, filter it. Do I need to assign that to a thing? All right, it's lost somewhere, right? So I don't know. Let's say filtered. I'm just gonna test it out. Equals new title of filter. New title is not defined. What do you mean? This is right here. Oh, capital T. Oh, look at that. Filtered is empty. If it only filters that. Hang on. Spray limit elite. If the word length is greater than 6. Oh, yeah. Right. So if it matches that condition, it's not empty strings and empty. Okay, I'm making a bunch of. Okay. Oh, look at that. We just did the join thing. Join needs an hyphen. Oh, I need to replace, not. It works. Oh. What did I miss then? Why was the console giving me a weird? Oh, because I was console logging the filtered. What would that be? I'm just gonna test new. Yeah, okay. Winter's coming. Gotcha. So if I wanted all of this to be in the one line, return. No. We gotta do let because I don't want to change the original thing. Let new title equals the title of the lowercase. Let's move to the new line. Dot filter. How's that? Split actually returns a new array. If it returns a new array, I just gotta go return. Right. I need to make a note of that because I split. Okay, so split. Returns a new array. So, God. So that means I don't have to worry about assigning a variable. It doesn't have side effects. Okay. Cool. 88%. Oh man. I'm starting to feel the effects now. Dude, we've streamed almost 7 hours. Whoa, 6.5 hours. It's like a whole day of work. Um how many we got left? Look at the next few are much easier. They are? Sick. Alright, let's get it done. Use the every method. Every? What is that? Every method to check the every element. Oh, okay. The every method works with the array to check if every element passes a particular test. If, for example, the following code would check if every element in the numbers array is less than 10. So numbers, numbers dot every function current value returns. Return if less than 10. Okay. Man, where was this when I was trying to do for loops? Okay, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Use every method inside check positive if every element of ARR is positive. So I go ARR dot every all right, let me see if I can do that arrow function. This one, positive. ARR. No, positive is the thing, right? Positive is greater than or equal to 0. Okay, what have we done wrong? Positive. So this is basically take a function with argument return. So it's failing. It's failing everything. It's even failing that. Okay, positive. Let's not jump into arrow functions to return. Oh, I'm not returning it. Great. You know, I'm starting to say make those mistakes like how I normally make after 4 hours of stream. Because I think it's because my brain's tired. It's like missing those simple things. All right, this passes the test. Sorry I was out, so how are you? Oh, good, man. Did you say you got COVID? That you were tested negative? I've been good, man. I've just been streaming. streaming. All right. Use the sum method to check if the element in array. Check if any element passes a particular test. Returns a boolean true. Okay. Interesting. All right. So, okay, we need to return. If any element in the ARR, return ARR the sum. Positive again. Positive arrow. If positive is greater than or equal to 0. Yeah, that was easy. I like how you started writing return. Yeah, because I learned from my mistakes. Well, clearly not, because I missed return a bunch of times before. But yeah, make sure there's a return. Make sure there's a let when I use it for loops. Those two are like my biggest mistakes. Arity of a function. What is that? Currying a function means to convert a function of n arity to n functions of arity. What does arity mean? Arity is the number of arguments or operands taken by a function or operation in logic, mathematics, and computer science. Number of arguments. Okay. Don't pay attention to arity, currying, and other snobbish terminology. What you need is return a function, and then return a function like a recursion kind of thing. No, sorry. Return a function and a function and a function. Currying is a function. Oh, okay. Yeah, university make up positives at while we quarantine. Okay, nice. But you didn't actually have it, right? Cool. cool. I'm good, man. I've been just coding, just learning, making progress. It's been good. Pastafarian, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's see if we can do this. Uncurried function. Hey, hey, hey. I gotta win this time, man. Yeah, Josh, the exclamation drop to play the game. Oh, damn. I might be close. Oh, man, just missed it. Just missed it. Fam, we just can't catch a break. Green. Dude, why do I always die? Doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense. Ah. Oh, close. Oh man, you both lost. But Josty made it. 37.91. Nice. I don't think I can play this round. It's limiting me. Someone else needs to play. Function uncurried x is y, return x plus y. Function curried x. Function return function y. Why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, it tells me why. This is useful in your program if you can't supply all arguments of function at one time. You can save each function, call into a variable, which will hold the return function reference and takes the next argument when it's available. Here's an example. Function for y curried 1, console log function for y 2. But what's this game about? See if you can land on the thing and who scores the highest points. So you see that blue landing spot on the left? So the closer you land on the center, the higher the points you have. And you want to see who lands, who gets the highest score. See, I got 62.91, and then we'll see if you can beat that. That's the game. So you have add 10, 20, add 10, 20, 30, add 10 returns a function, add 10, 20 also returns a function, add 10 return 10 plus 20, 10 plus 20 plus 30 equals 6. Oh, 60. Josh T missed it, man. Bird's coming for me. Okay, I think I get it. All right. So how do we? $96.83. Oh my god, that's cheating, man. That is cheating. You always get the high scores. Oh wow. Oh, 100%. 100%. Wait, what? Yo, Josty actually beat the bomb. Oh my god. I've never been able to beat the bomb. Nice. Nice. Once again, return is missing. Oh, I haven't typed anything yet. I don't even know. Does it just want me to go return 10 plus 20? Is that what you... Oh, return x, function x. Wait, let me read your comment. It's very, very, very. Let's see. So you have 10, 20, 20. Add 10 returns a function. Add 20 also returns a function. Add 20, 30, 30 also returns a function. So 10 plus 20, 30 equals 60. Do I gotta go one more level return here? Return function z or something? Okay. It's weird how you do it though. Yeah, time to sleep, man. I see that's why you were hurrying me towards the end, just giving me like, oh, do this, do this. But yeah, jokes aside, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the help. And play the game one more time. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep and I'll see you maybe, hopefully, later on today. Have a good night, man. Have a good day. Good night. Good sleep. See you later on. Wait, there's one more. When are you gonna stream? 9 o'clock. Need to get some sleep. Probably around 7, maybe 7, 8, maybe 7, 8. Yeah, I think we're going into what we're going into next. We're going into intermediate algorithm scripting, bro. This is gonna be fun. Look at that. Some more numbers. We're gonna have to use everything we've learned so far, like functional stuff, reduce, map. Oh, it's gonna be fun. It is gonna be fun. Said was something about streaming scratching. I forgot. Yes. All right, I get set up. I'll get it set up today. Where is it? I had it somewhere here. Oh, there it is. Let's move it to the top. First thing to do. All right. Cool, man. Enjoy. Should we raid? Wait, there's only like 4 people in the chat. Like I don't want to raid with 4 people. Yeah, let's whatever. Yeah, let's raid. Why not? 4 is better than 1, right? Twitch. I don't even know who streams at 9 in the morning. JavaScript. Is anyone doing JavaScript? Hey, I'm doing JavaScript. I develop things with this guy. Great, an advert.
Okay, lads, time to deliver.
Wait, he's been streaming for 15 hours?
Delivers you the rugby, the Autumn Nations Cup, live on Prime Video.
I can't allow that.
That's funny. Yo, this guy has been streaming for 15 hours, man. It's in a 24-hour thing. Wow. Alright, let's rate him. That's insane. What was the phrase? Phrase, yeah, DGen. Yeah. That's so funny. This channel is intended for a mature audience. All right. Whatever. Let's go. Let's go with four people. All right. Let's trade now.
Hey.